Oh, I get to read. Look, the table's turned.
All right, good evening. We're going to call this meeting to order. This is a Flagler County Board of County Commissioners meeting, January 12th, 2026, 5 p.m. We're going to have a presentation of the colors by the American Legion Honor Guard tonight, so if everyone will stand and rise.
Honor Guard, forward, march. Column right, march.
Oh, no, they're going front, okay.
Color Guard, halt. Right, face. American flag, one step forward, march. Present arms.
And now the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we'll take a moment of silence. We take this moment of silence for individual prayer, reflection, or meditation. We take this time to honor and remember our first responders and the men and women in our military who keep us safe and protect our freedoms at home and abroad.
Right shoulder, arms. Left, face. Forward, march.
All right, everyone may be seated. First off, additions, deletions, and modifications to the agenda. Additions, item 8D has been added due to a time-sensitive request. Deletions, item 9A and 9B have been continued at the request of the applicant. And modifications, item 7M has been updated using strike-through and highlights provided. All right, some announcements by the chair. January 17th is our Martin Luther King Dreamkeepers Parade. That parade will be held, I believe, down at the Carver Center on Drain Street in Bunnell. Those wishing to attend, they'll have a prayer breakfast at 10 a.m., and the parade begins at noon. Again, that is going to be this Saturday, January the 17th. County offices will be closed January 19th in observance of Martin Luther King Day. And then February the 3rd at 4 p.m., Bulow Creek Headwater Regional Park. A project update will be starting a public meeting. I believe that public meeting will be held here in the chambers. Yes, okay, so yes, February 3rd, 4 p.m. If you'd like to learn about the Bulow Creek Headwater Regional Park project, please come to the chambers here. Upcoming commission meetings, workshops, and special meetings. We have a joint workshop with the City of Palm Coast in Flagler County. That will be Thursday, January 29th at 9 a.m. We have a joint workshop with the city and the county Wednesday, February 4th at 5:30 p.m. Our board will be conducting a workshop Monday, February 9th at 1 p.m. And then our board's regular meeting for February will be Monday, February 9th at 5 p.m. We only have one meeting in the month of February as well for this board. All right, now we'll move along to our recognitions, proclamations, and presentations. First, we'll have a recognition of the Flagler County 9/11 Life Saving Awards. Ms. Mortimer. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Christina Mortimer, Emergency Communications Director. Tonight, it's my honor to recognize one of our own, Samantha Caratini, who has been a part of our center for almost a year. She's actually coming up to her one-year anniversary in a few days, so Happy anniversary. In her short time at our center, she has already made such an incredible impact on the community and our center as a whole. She has proven to be a valuable asset to the entire community. Before presenting these awards to Sam, I want to emphasize the critical role that dispatchers serve with an emergency response. When someone is experiencing cardiac arrest, every second counts. Initiating CPR immediately is vital, but for us to be able to provide instructions to a caller, we must first calm them down so they can understand us. Breaking through someone's hysteria threshold is extremely challenging, but absolutely essential. Dispatchers go through extensive training to learn how to break that threshold and to be able to be the first link in the chain of survival. Sam has demonstrated this standard twice over the past few months, and I'm honored to present these 2 life-saving awards, both to Sam. The first one is a unique situation because Samantha was actually off duty when it happened, but she reverted to her training to save someone's life. On October 25th, while off duty, Sam witnessed a serious crash involving a vehicle and a motorcycle. She immediately dialed 911 and rushed towards the motorcyclist who was experiencing agonal breathing. Sam performed multiple rounds of CPR compressions on the patient until he started to breathe normally on his own. After this call, there was a Facebook post circulating in one of the neighborhood groups, and someone actually commented that earlier that day, she witnessed an angel provide CPR to a stranger and save his life. That angel was Sam. Since this call, Samantha was contacted by the patient's family, thanking her for saving their loved one's life. The patient is alive and recovering because of Samantha's quick and heroic actions. The second life-saving award is for when Sam answered a 911 call on November 17th from a panicked father reporting that his 3-month-old baby was not breathing. Without hesitation, Sam explained to him that they needed to immediately start CPR. Sam was able to get the caller to calm down, focus on her instructions, and she immediately went into CPR. She provided several rounds of CPR instructions to the parents. After multiple rounds of compressions, the mother told Samantha now the baby was starting to choke. Sam then guided the parents on instructions on how to clear the baby's airway. Once the airway was confirmed to be clear, she then went back to CPR, continued compressions until units arrived on scene and took over life-saving measures. It was later discovered the baby made a full recovery and is alive today. Samantha, we're so proud of you. Thank you for your service, and keep up the good work. There's that one for the one that when you were off. And here's this one.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. Come up here and take my.
Yes, come up.
Thank you.
Congratulations. That's super.
Thank you so much for that. That was just amazing what 9/11 do, and I know that mother is forever appreciated of it. Next, we'll move to proclamations. We have the Ford Chaplains Day, requested by our American Legion, our color guard. Ms. Richardson.
This proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners designating February 7th, 2026 as Ford Chaplains Day. Whereas February 7th, 2026 will mark the 83rd anniversary of the sinking of the troop ship USAT Dorchester, excuse me, which carried to their deaths 4 U.S. Army chaplains of 3 faiths who stood united in prayer as the ship went down. And whereas these 4 chaplains, Roman Catholic, Jewish, and Protestant, gave their own life jackets to 4 soldiers and thus sacrificed their own lives to save the lives of others. And whereas the heroic deeds of chaplains, Lieutenant George L. Fox, Lieutenant Alexander D. Good, Lieutenant John P. Washington, and Lieutenant Clark V. Poling, and their combined act of supreme devotion and sacrifice for American liberty and human freedom, will be an inspiring and ever-shining example of real brotherhood for all time to the people in the world. And whereas we must all see to it that our supreme sacrifice of the common cause of human freedom and justice for all shall not have been in vain. Now, therefore, the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners do hereby designate February 7th, 2026, as Four Chaplains Day and encourage Flagler County residents to commemorate the day with the appropriate observances and the ultimate sacrifice. Adopted this day, 12th day of January, 2026, and it's attested by Clerk Tom Bexley, Clerk and Circuit Court Controller, and our Flagler County Board of County Commissioner, Chair Lee Ann Pennington. I'm going to make a motion that we so approve this proclamation.
All right. We have a motion by Ms. Richardson, second by Ms. Carney. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
right, please come up.
By the way, I went to the event last year to celebrate, and what's that? Okay, well, I'll let you go ahead and share. Oh, you want me to say that for you? Okay, everyone's invited to go. You want me to bring that too? I can't speak on the mic. I can do it loud. Okay, thank you. She was just asking me.
If I just scoot over just this way a little bit.
That looks good.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. I would just like to say that, and I am the chaplain for the American Legion Flagler Post 115, that everyone is invited on February 7th at 2 o'clock at the VFW for our Four Chaplains ceremony. And I hope to see the audience out here and the commissioners there on February the 7th, 2 o'clock at the VFW. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next, we have a proclamation for School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day, and I believe that's with Commissioner Dance.
Sure. If any of the school crossing guards are here and want to come up, I see you in your bright shirts, so we can't miss you. Cars can't miss you.
It's they had an emergency.
Welcome. Thank you. This is a proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming February 6, 2026 as School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day in Flagler County. Whereas Flagler County is home to more than 10,000 school-age children whose safety and well-being is fundamental, and whereas each school day, regardless of weather, our local school crossing guards ensure the safety of our children and families as they arrive at and depart from school. And whereas Flagler County prioritizes public safety and the significant role of education and awareness that ensures the protection of our children and the crossing guards who assist them. And whereas commendable service, responsibility, and professionalism are demonstrated by our school crossing guards on a daily basis. And whereas Flagler County school crossing guards provide essential public safety and services to our community and deserve acknowledgement and praise for their diligent efforts to protect our children and families. And whereas the first Friday in February is an opportunity for Flagler County to recognize and celebrate the essential service and steadfast dedication these admirable individuals provide to protect our school children. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they hereby declare February 6, 2026 School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day in the county of Flagler and urge all citizens to help make Flagler County a wonderful place to live. Adopted this 12th day of January 2026, attested by our clerk, Tom Bexley, and signed by our chair, Lee Ann Pennington. Welcome again.
Thank you.
Any words?
We love those kids.
Well, we love that you're there protecting them, so thank you.
Out there for that.
Who do we have from Sheriff Staley's office?
Ellen LeMay.
Paula Morrison.
Okay.
And Chief Augie Rodriguez.
Oh, nice to meet you, sir. All right, that's wonderful. Would you like to make a motion first, and then we'll
Sure,
take a picture with
absolutely.
them?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proclamation for School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day.
A second.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Dance, I believe a second from Mr. Hanson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, would you like to come up and take a picture? Yes, please. Be great, thank you.
There you go. Take that with you. Thank you, sir.
All right. We're moving on to the proclamation for the Florida Early Learning Day, requested by Alice Miller. I believe DJ is here, if you'd like to come on up. She's like, no. Oh.
Oh, there
All right.
Hi, Allison. Nice to see you. Okay, the proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners recognizing the January 26, 2026 as Florida Early Learning Day, whereas the child's first 5 years of life are critical to healthy brain development, future learning, and lifelong success, and whereas high-quality early learning programs help children enter school ready to learn, build strong social and emotional skills, and support families in fostering their child's growth and development. And whereas Florida's early learning educators play a vital role in preparing children for school and life, serving as dedicated professionals who nurture curiosity, creativity, and confidence. And whereas access to affordable, high-quality early learning strengthens communities, supports working families, and contributes to Florida's economic prosperity. And whereas the statewide awareness campaign, All In for Early Learning, unites families, educators, businesses, and community leaders in championing early learning as the foundation for success. And whereas recognizing and celebrating early learning raises awareness of its importance and affirms our commitment to ensuring every child in Florida has the opportunity to thrive. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they hereby declare January 26, 2026 as Florida Early Learning Day and encourages all citizens, businesses, organizations, and institutions to join in celebrating our youngest learners, their families, and the educators who inspire them. Adopted this 12th day of January 2026, attested Tom Bexley, Clerk of the Court, and Comptroller, and our Flagler County Commissioner Board of Commission Chair, Lee Ann Pennington. I'll move to approve the proclamation recognizing January 26th as Florida Early Learning Day.
Second.
All right, we have a first by Ms. Carney and a second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor signal with aye.
Aye.
All right. Hi, good evening. Would you like to talk a little bit about your program?
So we just want to thank you. We know, or we believe, I preach it every day, that early learning is the most important time. The first 3 years is the most important time of a child's life. 90% of the brain is developed during that time, and we just want to thank you for constantly supporting us, both through your funding, through your support every day. Both of you, both Ms. Carney and Mr. Dance, represent you on our board at different times, and so we just want to thank you for constantly being champions for young children and their families. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And you do a wonderful job with your program. program, we're happy to support it. Would you like to come up for a picture?
Sure thing.
You'll be in Tallahassee, is that Early Learning Day, the 26th as well? Okay.
We won't be there till the end of February for Children's Week.
Okay. You're right, okay.
It's okay, I've always pushed it around. I have to always knock it around. Baby, where's my buddy? Here he is. I see him. My fella. Yeah, he's in there. Look, you can see how he's sitting. He's poised perfectly.
All right. Moving to Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month for January 26th. Chief Tucker. Long day, Chief.
Chief.
It's been a long day. I've seen you out here since 9.
Chief, this is a proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners recognizing the month of January 2026 as Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas cancer is the most dangerous and under-recognized threat to the health and safety of our firefighters, and occupational cancer is the leading cause of line-of-duty deaths in the fire service, with a direct correlation of chemical exposures on the job. And whereas firefighters have a 9% greater chance of being diagnosed with cancer and a 14% greater chance of dying from cancer than the general U.S. population. And whereas scientific evidence showing a direct correlation between firefighting and certain cancers steered the 2019 Florida legislature to enact legislation mandating employer-funded cancer benefits for firefighters. And whereas there are over 200 known chemicals and contaminants found in smoke that our firefighters interact with as a routine part of their occupation, which soil their personal protective equipment and everything it meets, increasing their risk of developing cancer. And whereas 9 firefighter names were added to the Florida Fallen Firefighter Memorial in Ocala in November 2025, and whereas Florida state statutes recognize 21 cancers as being attributable to the occupation of firefighting and have created law recognizing them as a presumptively line-of-duty related. And whereas in 2025, nearly 80% of International Association of Firefighters member line-of-duty deaths were due to occupational cancers. And whereas the noble profession of firefighting already comes with a myriad of dangerous and life-threatening risks, additional awareness and support for the increased exposure to cancer-causing carcinogens is paramount to the safety of those that choose this profession. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that they hereby declare January 2026 as Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month to help provide firefighters the necessary tools and guidance to develop life-saving protocols for cancer prevention and to support those with a cancer diagnosis, bringing increased public awareness to the danger firefighters face day to day being exposed to cancer-causing carcinogens. Adopted this 12th day of January 2026, attested to by Tom Bexley, Clerk of the Court and Comptroller, and signed by our Flagler County Board of Commissioners Chairman, Leanne Pennington. Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the month of January 2026 as Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Hanson, a second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor signal with aye.
Aye.
All right.
Well, good evening, Chair Pennington and Commissioner Hanson. Thank you for reading that. You know, obviously, when I got into this job 41 years ago, the things that we worried about were the fire, you know, and the situation we would go into. But the reality is the job has become something where the danger is in the smoke that comes from the fire, you know, now. In every situation they go to, every fire they go to, they're going to a place where there are known carcinogens in that smoke. There's no debate about that, you know, anymore. So obviously it's a dangerous occupation. You know, but the reality is that beyond the industry has grown to recognize this as a threat. You know, the good news is that in December, President Trump signed into legislation the Honor Our Fallen Heroes Act, which recognizes cancer as a line of duty death for firefighters, which opens up a lot of benefits for them and even the families that survive. Because as you heard, 80% of last year's line of duty deaths were because of cancer. So it's a pretty significant event. And the federal government has actually created the National Fallen Firefighter Cancer Registry to try to track, cancer among firefighters. So, with all that being said, we know that it's a dangerous job. We've agreed to do it, and it's the best job in the world. I still say that 41 years later. It's the best job, in the world. But I want to say, and we want to say thank you. I had a bigger crowd here, but for some reason, every time I try to bring them where there's a camera, they seem to get calls, But again, we want to say thank you, for what you do to support us. It's not unnoticed by us. The fact that you have allowed us to have the annual physicals that diagnose or catch these cancers early, allow us to be treated early. The second sets of bunker gear, that allow us to wash it after each fire. And also the station design, as Mr. Sales indicated in the earlier workshop, that is separating our gear from the carcinogens that come from the exhaust, on the truck. So we thank you for your support of us. We thank you for recognizing the men and women of Flagler County Fire Rescue and the job, that they do.
Thank you, Chief. I just wanted to say it is a pleasure to support you and to support your needs and your asks and everything we can do to help you. And I think it's one of the best parts of the job is to support public safety up here. So thank you.
Yeah.
We'll take a picture.
Cool.
One, two, three. Perfect. Thank you.
Having been exposed.
Okay, at this time, we'd like to call our first community outreach. This is a 30-minute time period allocated for public comment on any consent agenda item or topic not on the agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. Speakers should approach the podium, identify themselves, and direct comments to the chair. Morgan, hi.
If I'm representing more than one person, can I have up to 5 minutes?
We usually allow for 5 minutes, yes.
Excuse me?
Yes, ma'am, we allow for 5 minutes if you represent a group.
And that group can be 2 people?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Lori Sugg, 112 Wood Thrush Lane, Grand Landings, Palm Coast. I am going to speak about 2 items that were removed from today's meeting. I strongly oppose this rezoning request for future land map use amendment for 2 parcels totaling 119 acres submitted by MPC Lots LLC. I believe it is inconsistent with the comprehensive planning guidelines and the surrounding single-family homes. We don't need grocery stores, we have 6 or more. We don't want transients, which usually bring more crime, increase insurance rates, and plummet property values. There are no homes over 2 stories, nor commercial businesses or apartments in this particular area overall. Seminole Woods residents, mostly, as far as I know, no one that I have spoken to hasn't agreed that they don't want or need this. This rezoning request seems to me to possibly be capricious and arbitrary and not what some commissioners stood for when they campaigned for and were elected to these positions. Some commissioners ran on preserving agricultural timberland and specifically not allowing rezoning to mixed-use high-density zones. This is why we moved to Seminole Woods, for the flora and the fauna, the animals and the wildlife. I live within 300 feet of this property in Grand Landings, gated community of over 400 homes. My home would be facing a 45-foot apartment building if you allow this. This, to me, does not seem like smart development. If the trees are bulldozed, I don't want to see apartment buildings with high intensity, light pollution, and parking lots filled with cars. I don't want to be gagging from the smell of rotten garbage dumpsters and trying to run rats off my property. I don't want to be inundated by transients on my property and our private streets, there is no divider between there. No, thank you. The notice of this meeting, which you removed the items from, that was supposed to be Friday, a Thursday, with the planning department, and then today with you, was not sent to all Grand Landings residents or our homeowners association. I believe this needs to change. It affects all homeowners in a gated community. And I believe the applicant should be required to meet with the community in order to be transparent and to prevent developers from sneaking in undesirable projects that otherwise would not be welcome or residents wouldn't be aware of. These types of rezoning requests may be considered unjustified exceptions made for specific parcels that benefit one owner for the detriment of the general community plan and may be considered illegal. I believe these projects should be built in the areas they are zoned for them, like Town Center, Route 100, Route 1. These two parcels are in the middle of a residential neighborhood that merges Seminole Woods Boulevard from 4 lanes to 2. I believe it will bring additional traffic congestion, car accidents, semi-trucks, and put unnecessary stress on infrastructure, water management, and flooding, which the city of Palm Coast has many problems with already. This rezoning request does not seem to meet the current or foreseeable needs of the residents. In addition, I believe the city of Palm Coast is required to annex this land in order to provide water, electric, stormwater, sewer, and they haven't done that as of yet. I believe the county shouldn't review this zoning request change without proper annexation first. Thank you. And in closing, I have a petition that has been circulating that has, as of 1 o'clock today, 358 verified signatures opposing the rezoning, and I'm sure there's going to be more to come. I have 2 copies along with all the appropriate documents that would back it up to explain.
You're welcome to give them over to our clerk right there. And
I have one for you and one for the planning department, if you could forward that to them.
Yes, absolutely. She'll disperse it out to us if you want to hand it to her.
Okay.
Those items 9A and 9B were pulled by the applicant for tonight. The items you spoke about, they were pulled by the applicant. I believe they've been moved to March 16th. Is that still the case, Ms. Petito? I know our planning board didn't meet because there was no quorum.
As far as I know, it is moved to March.
Yeah. So it'll be back in front of this board, that issue, March 16th at 5:30. So if you want to make note of that.
Okay.
We'll have a lot of discussion on it then, I'm sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jim Sugg, Palm Coast Grand Landings. I'd just like to say that I'm definitely against, and there are a lot of people in our area against this rezoning. I woke up this morning, I looked outside, right on the road, coming out of the woods where that 3-story apartment building is going to be. There was an endangered blue heron, 4-foot wingspan, flying 5 feet above the road. It's the most beautiful thing I ever saw. We've got otters out there. We've got endangered species out there. We've got the burrowing owls out there. We've got the burrowing gopher turtles out there. Roosevelt spoonbills, I don't know whether you've ever seen them, but we've got them out there. They're right in our little pond. It's a beautiful area. I know that progress is not going to be stopped, but smart building is the way to do it. My wife and I are both public servants from Dade County and Broward County. We served for 30 years in public service. We moved up here 5 years ago to get away from the rat race. It seems like the rat race is trying to catch up with us, okay? I was the electrical chief of Pembroke Pines. About 2006, it started. We were the largest and fastest growing community in the United States. And I'll tell you, the hell I had to go through to put up with all these contractors and developers. It's not good. It is not good. We do not have the infrastructure for it. The city cannot afford it. I don't even think the county can afford it. We have, 2-inch main drain lines for sewage coming out of these new areas that will never handle the effluents that's going to be produced by these 2,000-something homes. You're going to have to build a whole new sewer plant number 3. That's going to be over $100 million. Where's this coming from? Are you going to tax us to death? Please, please listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for public comment? No? All right. Seeing none, I'll close public comment for now. We'll go on to our consent items. Are there any board comments first on any consent items? Mr. Dance?
No, just on 7E, just want to acknowledge Mr. Wright and Ms. Barney that are here today on that item.
Ms. Carney, any comments on consent items?
I requested some information from 7J, but I did not receive it. We had a long day today, so I'm not going to do anything with that item, but I'd be curious to see what some of the data is on 7J. I'll move forward with that without having the data. That's all I have. Oh, and I will be pulling 7F.
Mr. Hanson, any comments?
I have none.
All right. Ms. Richardson, any comments? All right. Same, I'm going to assume, do you have any items you want to pull off the consent?
I'll pull 7F, please.
All right, you're going to pull 7F. Mr. Dance, any items to pull?
No, thank you.
All right, then entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda, all items except 7F.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Carney, a second by Mr. Dance. All those in favor signal with aye.
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 All right, 7F. Jonathan Lord. Hello, Mr. Lord.
Dun, dun, dun,
The esteemed.
dun, dun, dun.
I just had a couple questions.
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners.
Hi.
Good evening.
It's hard to tell where the previous, I know it's a rewrite or a redo, but you didn't have any strikeouts or anything like that. So I didn't see the other one. I probably guess I could have gone and looked for it. But this document was so comprehensive.
It's a lot.
I know.
I apologize for giving you a 200-plus page document, but unfortunately, that is what we have to do to meet federal and state requirements.
Right. So if you could just speak to some of the, obviously, some of the changes. I also wanted to know, do all the municipalities get a copy of this? Because they are so broken out in this document that
Yes.
they do get it.
Right.
And then the fourth whereas in the resolution that follows this, it says that an annex of the county's comprehensive emergency management plan also serves as Flagler County's floodplain management plan under FEMA's community rating system. Again, just some clarity on, for the record, on what that means.
No, of course. And again, I apologize again. It's a lot of technical information in it. It is a big document. It is so this document, the local mitigation strategy, as well as quarterly meetings we have to hold pursuant to the strategy. It's an every 5-year document. It is required under federal guidelines to receive mitigation funding after disaster. So the funds to help, not to rebuild from the disaster, but to make your community stronger so you're not impacted as much in a disaster. The primary grant program that requires is something known as a hazard mitigation grant program. There used to be a few others up until the current administration who canceled out a couple other grant programs. They may come back if Congress reauthorizes them in the future. This goes back about 20 some odd years, back to about 2000 when this started being required. The last update that the board adopted was in 2021. It's part of the more well-known Stafford Act, which is the Federal Disaster Act. This is a subset of that act, as well as State Rule 27P. And actually, this is also a part of our accreditation as well. So communities can opt out and not do all of this research and do all of this work, put these documents together, but then they don't qualify for those grant programs. This document also has to ultimately be adopted by the municipalities, and they always, all 5 of them always do. But we have to go first because we are the owners of the document. Once we adopt it, we actually have draft resolutions for all 5 municipalities themselves to adopt it, as well as a couple of the special districts like the East Flagler Mosquito Control District. The Dunes CDD has adopted it in the past because they've gotten grant funds through these programs, as well as nonprofits like Advent Health, because they are qualified as a nonprofit to also go underneath this program. So what this document does is it outlines, we have to kind of write an up-to-date description of what our community looks like geographically as well as demographically. That's about the first 20 some odd pages of the document. Then we have to detail what our planning process is, which is our quarterly meetings that we have. We have them at least quarterly. Sometimes we do them more often if there's more funding available and we have to analyze potential projects. We then, the bulk of the document, well over 100 pages of document, is a true hazard by hazard risk assessment of the community. So we actually work with scientists from the National Weather Service, the U.S. Geological Service, as well as other experts in areas that we're not experts in to help us define each of those hazards and then analyze what those hazards mean for our community. That's why it's such a big document. And we can't get away with just putting like short 5 words saying, well, this hazard may not affect us, we don't want to write about it. We have to even analyze why a certain hazard would not affect us. That's really why it's such a large document. And then the last part of the document is really our ongoing strategy for the next 5 years, how we're going to try to buy down some of that risk. Again, a lot of that ties back to funding. For us to buy down the risk, we have to have money to buy down that risk. And it's very reliant on federal funds, sometimes state funds as well. So that's kind of in a nutshell with what it is. It's all of the partners that we are work with on a regular basis. Our strategy meetings, our quarterly meetings, are open to the public. We actually do officially notice them and mention that decisions, in case you all do attend them, we do clarify that decisions won't be made by you all at those meetings if you do all attend, but they are open to the public. What we started about 1.5 years ago is doing them jointly online as well as in person. We were all in person before COVID. During COVID, we were all online. About 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, we went to kind of doing both, trying to do both pieces of it that way. And we've actually gotten some folks that historically had never really paid attention to it starting to join us on the Teams calls, just listening in and then asking questions. So that's good. I know something being so technical is not necessarily super interesting to a lot of the public, but now that we have the tools to make it more accessible, people can listen in and find out information. In those meetings too, when companies want to demonstrate mitigation products like flooding products that help reduce flooding for homes and businesses, we allow them at the end to demonstrate their product too. So we started doing that recently as well. I know, it's a lot.
Can you address the community rating system and the floodplain management plan?
Yeah,
How does that fit in?
So the community rating system, for those that may not be as into it as Adam's team and my team are, so that's this National Flood Insurance Program. It's the way where you can get discounts on homeowners' flood insurance.
Yeah.
We can get credit for doing different activities. So this counts as a big chunk of the planning side of the credits for that community rating system that helps us maintain or even improve our score and then reduce the cost for flood insurance for our residents. You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments on that? No?
I'll move to approve
Second.
item 7F.
Wait a minute now. We'll let her get it out so that she wants to approve before you second something. You might just kill the whole thing. You don't even know it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Carney, with your motion.
I'll move to approve item 7F on the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Carney, a second by Mr. Dance. I believe we need to go out to public comment on this, right, since you pulled it. So, like, if anybody would like to come up and publicly comment, you're welcome to approach and speak on this topic for 3 minutes. Seeing none, I'll bring it back. All those in favor of approving item 7F, signify with aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes for 7F.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioners.
you, Mr. Lord. It was a lovely document. Okay. You're a little late. Is it specific to that document or something else? That would be a vote on the items 9A and B. It's moved to March 16th at 5:30 p.m.
Right, but that's just the county meeting.
Right.
There'll be a planning board meeting in February.
Yeah. Okay. All right, moving on. Item 8A, this item is no longer heard. There's been a request the board open and continue to board's February 9th meeting for it. So item 8B, consideration for approval of the interlocal agreement with the city of Palm Coast regarding the covenants of conveyance of 5.15 acre parcel to the city. Sarah. Oh, hello.
Good evening.
Hey,
Hi,
Sarah.
Sarah. Whoa.
Good afternoon or evening, Sarah Spector, Assistant County Attorney. This item before you, you had approved it back in, I think, June of last year, or sometime last year, you approved the purchase of 5.15 acres of property along the Intracoastal. That was purchased. We did close in October. And the purpose of that purchase was to then convey it to the city of Palm Coast for them to extend their waterfront park. So the interlocal agreement before you today is laying out the terms of that conveyance. So essentially, the county's only responsibility is to convey the property. The city's responsibility is to accept the property, maintain the property, and hold it out as a park. If they do not do any of the items or items that are required of them, the property will be deeded back to the county. So once this is approved, it's already been approved by the city last Tuesday. Once this is approved, we can move forward with the conveyance, which the city has already gotten underway by contacting Coast Title, the same title company that we worked with to handle that closing.
Question? Just for clarification, I don't have the ESL or documents in front of me, but what is the city limited to doing on that parcel as being a recipient of lands purchased through ESL?
Well, the ESL manual, that's a good question. I'm not sure what the ESL manual specifically calls out as.
I didn't know if
far
they
as
had to
uses.
keep it passive or if there was verbiage in there about what they are limited to do on improvements.
In this agreement, I know it limits them to park use. I also know that as a result of the joint property agreement that's recorded against the property, they are allowed to make certain improvements, but because of the neighbor who owns the timeshare property, they are limited in what they can do to the property as far as improvements. Kayak launch, an extension, and it's, the city, as I understand it, intends to leave it as a passive park.
Okay. Thank you.
I went to the meeting. They did discuss some concrete walkway, or there's some kind of a walkway that has a little bit of damage. They have been out to inspect the park, this property. I don't know if there's a bench or something that they were going to look at repairing. So they're not going to put a lot of energy into it. They do accept, obviously, the land, but it didn't sound like it was going to be major. I think they estimated, which was probably high, like 20,000, the most that they were going to put into it, so.
Is this attached to St. Joe's walkway?
It is, if you're under the bridge, the Dunes Bridge, and you're facing east, it's just to the north.
That is the St. Joe's walkway.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, behind,
That's where they're going to
the
put that
condos
restaurant.
are and the European villages on the other side.
Yes.
That's St. Joe's walkway.
Yeah.
They're going to put a restaurant there originally.
They were going to, and they cannot any longer because we've removed that from the joint property agreement.
Well, the owners were restaurant owners, so it made
Correct.
sense, right?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Yes, Mrs. Marlowe. Any other questions or comments on item 8B?
Madam Chairman, I move we approve the interlocal agreement with the City of Palm Coast regarding conveyance of a 5.15 plus or minus acre parcel to the city.
The motion?
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Hanson, a second by Ms. Carney. I'd like to open up item 8B for public comment. Those wishing to speak on the item 8B, welcome to approach. No? No one? All right, seeing none, I'll close it. I'll bring it back for a vote. All those in favor of item 8B signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Item 8B passes. I kind of blew by one thing, but I noticed that, oh, you're good. Thank you.
I have to have the next.
You have to have the next one?
Yes.
We'll come back because I noticed the right is in the audience and they want to speak. So if you want to go ahead and speak, we kind of went by their item, but they also asked to speak, and Ms. Petito just let me know. So we'll let
What's
them
the
come up.
item?
So their item was 7E. It was the lease with the Flagler County Airport for the restaurant, the landing strip.
Oh, okay.
They had some updates to their lease, as you recall, but Ms. Petito let me know that, hey, they might like to speak,
That's
so I
fine.
apologize.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. What we wanted to come up and speak about is the relationship that was formed during this process amongst the county and our group, Chelsea, myself, and Jamie. What a challenging event we went through finding the problems there, but how much easier it was made by working with our county, who jumped in and saddled their burdens and said, hey, these are ours and those are yours, and got us through this. While it was supposed to be about a 6-week turnaround, it turned out to be a 10-month turnaround. It was supposed to be $250,000, and it was over $1 million. So fantastic, but we were glad to do it, and we were glad to be a part of something that we think is a hallmark for our county. And we wanted to say thank you very much for what you guys did. So, Chelsea, you have anything?
I don't think so. Just want to express our gratitude to all of you for the opportunity to carry on such an incredible legacy in our community at that restaurant and at our airport. And just invaluable input and partnership with your staff. The building department and permitting, Bo, Heidi was incredible through the entire thing and so helpful. Roy was very helpful. I was the general contractor there, so from a constructability standpoint, it seemed like every day we were opening a new can of worms there and finding more things to deal with. But they were incredible and very helpful, and everyone had a very positive team effort. And I think that we finished with a great end result, and we're happy to do it.
Thank you guys so much. We appreciate the partnership.
The place looks fabulous. It's so.
It's beautiful.
It's all my choice. You know that, right?
He designed the whole thing.
She had nothing to do with it.
It's my go-to. Don't get rid of the tailwind, and we'll be good.
Noted. Thank you.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to item 8C, the consideration of approval of the First Amendment to Ship Rental Development Agreement for the Affordable Housing Project, Phoenix Crossings.
Again, Sarah Spector, Assistant County Attorney. I'm going to do the best that I can to describe this in layman's terms. The Phoenix Crossings project is an affordable housing project that the County Commission approved giving both an ARPA grant and a SHIP grant to. With regard to the SHIP grant, there are certain requirements that go along with that. One of those requirements is that the entity that is accepting the money is a not-for-profit. And as you'll recall, we did this in November of last year. They're just getting around to getting their main funding now. And because of what we did back in November of last year, we've kind of muddied the waters a little bit unintentionally. They intend, Phoenix Crossings LLC is really going to be the entity that acts as the project manager and the owner of the project. We gave the award to Abundant Life Ministries, which Abundant Life Ministries is a not-for-profit 501c3. The LLC is not, but the sole manager is the Abundant Life Ministries. So in order for them to qualify for their funding, what we have done is an simple amendment that says that so long as they are only conveying the property, this is Abundant Life Ministries, the 501c3 that qualified for the funding, so long as they only convey the property to this LLC for which they are the sole manager of, and which the only other member is also a 501c3, then that is not an event of default. As of right now, if they were to convey that property to the LLC without this amendment, they would be violating the agreement and would have to give the money back to the county. I wanted to put this on the general business agenda because, as I mentioned, they're going through their main funding process now, and we are now, if not the main priority, we have lien priority over the Florida Housing Finance and others that are going to be lending on this property. So we are going to be asked either to do a subordination agreement, which will need to come before you for approval, or, and this is above my pay grade, some kind of double loan arrangement to where we don't have to subordinate anything, but do have to enter into a separate agreement. So provided that that agreement is just a subordination or a simple agreement, I would like to put it on consent when it comes back to you, having given this explanation now. Yeah, okay.
Can I just ask you,
Yes.
Sarah? So the LLC is a private corporation, probably listed in Sunbiz, and the other one is a religious organization. Is that correct? Or
It's a 501c.
501c, so it's a non-for-profit. I'm sorry. Okay, so the non-for-profit is running the management, or is it the other way around?
They are the manager of the LLC.
Right, they're going to be managing it.
Yes.
But the owners is owned by the LLC. So it's that corporation that owns the building.
They're going to own the property. Right now, it's still Abundant Life is named on everything and is going to own the property, but as part of the closing on the loan, they are going to convey the property itself to the LLC.
Okay, so they're going to be holding the loan. LLC is going to be paying the loan.
Correct. Yes, the main loan, yes.
Okay.
And it's yet to be determined what they're going to do with ours, the lien the mortgage that's already recorded against the property.
Okay.
And that's what's coming.
That made clarity in my head. Thank you very much.
Turn the micro. All right. Mr. Hanson, do you have any questions? Okay. With that, I'll entertain a motion. We'll have public comment on this item.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve action item 8C for approval of the Phoenix Crossing.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Dance and a second by Ms. Richardson. I'd like to open up public comment for item 8C, the consideration of approval of the First Amendment to SHIP Rental Development Agreement for Affordable Housing Project Phoenix Crossings. No one wish to comment on this item? Okay. I'll bring this item back to the board. All those in favor of approving item 8C signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Hearing none, item 8C passes. Moving to 8D, this is the consideration of a letter of intent in support of the Jacksonville District of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers requesting federal funds for the new Flagler County Back Bay and Shoreline Coastal Storm Risk Management Feasibility Study. And there you are.
Good evening,
Good evening,
Commissioners. Hamid Tabassian, County Engineer. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as you indicated, the Jacksonville District Office is preparing a funding package for the FY28 President's budget, requesting funding for the Back Bay shoreline coastal storm risk management feasibility study that would include the entire county, excluding the 2.5 miles of the shoreline in Flagler Beach. That this type of a study typically costs about $3 million over 3 years. And that funding package that is being submitted requires the letter of intent that needs to be sent by the county, and we request your authorization for that letter to be sent for that funding. Be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, we've done this before. Any have any questions?
It's a 50% match program. So the first year anticipated having in FY28 $300,000. Second year about $1 million, and then $200,000 on the last year. So $1.5 million
Over a
total
3-year period.
local funding
Okay.
for
Thank you.
that $3 million.
Wanted to know what we're
effort.
getting into. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any questions from you, Ms. Carney?
So the feasibility study will determine whether or not we can move on to a U.S. Army Corps engineered beach, dune, whatever they come up with.
Yes, ma'am. And,
So the end result is a report that will tell us what we can and cannot do. And we also use it to go and get more funding.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it would include the intercoastal as well. So the
Oh, I saw that. That's
yeah, so it would
that
be the
new?
entire.
Is that new that they're doing that? The study
The
on
study would include that. Any improvements,
Right.
possibly.
What's remarkable, Kim, is that Corps has finally decided that flooding is an issue.
Oh, it is, the
Yeah.
whole flooding.
Flooding
Oh, there
is an
we go.
Yeah,
Also, the west side of the barrier island
Yes.
is going to get paid attention.
they're going
Yeah,
to get paid
there you
attention
go.
to.
Oh, they'll be happy. Okay.
Can't wait to share that.
Yeah.
Madam Chairman,
and
I
by the
move.
way, this was also requested last year. This morning, I touched base with our contact in Jacksonville, and we were told by our lobbyists that it is on their budget for 27. However, they couldn't confirm that because that's not their policy. So we are hoping to get that funding actually coming July of this year. And by October, we would know whether that request gets basically funded by Congress. So, but this is an attempt. If we don't, it would request be there for 28.
Twice, yeah. We appreciate that. Any final comments?
Ma'am, I move we approve the letter of intent in support of the Jacksonville District of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Hanson and a second by Ms. Carney. I'll open the item 8D up for discussion for public comment. It's a consideration of the letter of intent in support of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers requesting federal funds for the Flagler County Back Bay Shoreline Coastal Storm Risk Management Feasibility Study. Would anybody like to comment? Okay. Seeing none, I bring it back to the board, entertain it. All those in favor of approving item 8D signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, item 8D passes. We're into our 9, public hearings. The first 2, 9A and 9B, again, have been removed. This board will not hear those until March 16th at the 5:30 PM meeting. This is a quasi-judicial project for item 9C. We'll go ahead and ask Mr. Dance to disclose any comments,
None.
any discussions on 9C.
None here.
Ms. Carney? No. None from me. I've had no comments on item 9C. Mr.
Oh, I've had several conversations on this with
With-
Royer. Mr.
With the
Royer.
applicant?
Yes, with the
All right. Do you have any specific discussions? I think we're supposed to really kind of say general topics, right?
Yeah, he just, he was upset that it was voted no at the board. And so, he was pleaded his case, so.
Ms. Richardson, have you had any discussions? with-
No special meeting.
Okay. Hello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Adam Mengel, Growth Management Director. Got the rules for the quasi-judicial proceeding do pertain here. We do have that 10-minute presentation. I'm going to try hard to stick with that. 15 minutes for the applicant unless it's extended by consensus of the board. Public comment, 3 minutes per speaker, 5 minutes if anyone's speaking on behalf of a group. And then applicant rebuttal and closing comments, 10 minutes each to that. We are basing this as an appeal on that previous record from the planning board. You should have received 3 emails from us, compilations of emails. The first one was last week. And I'd say with that one, I got good certainty that all of those items in there, with the exception of the last one, were previously provided to the planning board. The last email in that group was email from Ms. O'Connell that said, hey, I think you need to give these to the board. And so we good prompt from her. And then we had a email compilation today that went out at noon that I believe when I looked at it, or close to noon, that had mostly new information. I think there was an item in there that was dated today's date, and then there was Mr. Royers that had an example of something else that was elsewhere within the county. And then the third email today, I didn't have a chance to look at that one, but I believe that also should be treated as new information. Everything safe to say that had been received up until that September 9th hearing was part of that decision that was made by the planning board and should be part of your consideration here. That's the former record. A little weird here with this because we are only to be hearing from folks who are then talking about the things they talked about before. No new evidence should be presented. And this, maybe that is a context. We'll get started then with Mr. Royer's appeal. Mr. Royer's present along with his attorney, Mr. McGrath. Subject property outlined in light blue at 3 Pelican Lane. Corner property at the corner of Pelican Lane and Mockingbird Lane. Land use on the left-hand side, zoning on the right-hand side. You've got that mixed-use low, land use RC, residential limited commercial is the zoning. Did I repeat this again? I guess I did. So good, I liked it twice. The soils there, 35 are no flood zone soils, and then we ended up having no wetland areas within the limits of the property. I think I was trying to show flood zone with that other graphic there. The property, I don't believe is part of a flood zone. It was outside of the special flood hazard area. This is Lot 13 and part of Lot 16 that together form Mr. Royer's parcel. And so these are the platted limits that we had. We presented this to you previously and also at the planning board. This is the survey of Mr. Royer's property. This also may look familiar to you. And so you have that south 8 feet of Lot 16 together with that what we had described, Lot 13. So those two together comprise the extent of his parcel. It is considered a lot of record. And then these, I believe, are the starts of the graphics that you didn't have the benefit maybe of seeing all of these. There were elevation views that, if you recall, when we had the appeal previously, he had attempted to present those, and those were not presented with previous applications, so they were not admitted. And so when he came back to the planning board, he had the benefit of being able to display these for the record. If you recall, the variances in the original grant of variance by the planning board were, for the most part, granted, but under the condition, you'll see in a moment, I've got the exact language, that the pump house is at 4 feet or less, 4 foot maximum height. And that's what's been the subject of contention that's prompted Mr. Royer's subsequent applications. And so here's the graphics that he presented as part of his application. These are those plan views, effectively, that elevation views. So this would be from the front of the home, Pelican Lane being in the foreground, Mockingbird Lane in the background, then at the angle. Again, these are just pretty pictures, but they were intended, and he had those at the meeting last time, but they were able to be admitted to the planning board and were part of the packet September 9th. So these were what the planning board did review. This shows the intended height of the shed above the 4 feet that he was asking for the consideration for in his most recent variance application. 4-foot high fence. I think the height that's being shown here is 9.7 maximum height on the shed, and that the intent would be that it matches the elevation, the height and slope of the existing home. So continuing with those graphics, these were all presented to the planning board as part of Mr. Royer's application that was heard on September 9th. So a lot of information on this. Much of this is familiar to you already from the previous item, and just for the record purposes, 7,500 square feet, 13 in part of lot 16 undersized. Our previous order that was granted, appealed by the applicant. The board voted to deny that appeal on May 5th, but we did acknowledge in that denial that application could be resubmitted, and that Mr. Royer did take advantage of that. And then we had split votes that followed. And then go forward to August 12th, we came back and had an application that come in. September 9th was the ultimate hearing on that, and the vote on that was 3-3. Ended up being a tie motion on a tie vote on a motion to approve, resulting in the denial of the request. And then this would have allowed for the higher height on the pump house. Unlike some variances that we have, this would still be the before the fact variance. No constructions occurred on the property. We do have those objections that were received for the record that we did provide to you. This was from our presentation, staff's presentation at the planning board, and the intent of this in a different format than what you've seen it before is to present the variance guidelines on the left-hand side from our land development code, and then staff's analysis of how the request meets or doesn't meet the request on the right-hand side. So staff's analysis here with this, acknowledging potentially unique nature of the property, undersized, being 1,500 square feet under the minimum lot size of a 9,000 in the RC district. For the fact variance, applicants then assumed to act in good faith. Variance, in staff's opinion, would not cause substantial detriment to the public health, welfare, safety, and morals. Applicants submitted renderings showing the pump house to be designed and built, be consistent with the existing dwelling. Pools, pool decks, pump houses are allowed uses in the RC district, provided that you have a single-family home. These are all accessory uses and structures. And then our final item, minimum variance necessary to achieve, to alleviate the hardship. Staff's analysis there was the newly proposed location of the pump house reduces the necessary relief for the street side setback, but increases the necessary relief for lot coverage. That was eventually granted by the was granted by the variance in an earlier request, but we continue to have the tie votes on the height is where we're at right now. We did have that. While the request variances are before the VAC, property is an undersized lot of record. Hardship is self-created, prompted by the proposed construction. So we see this frequently with variances. It's hard for us to overcome that because the applicant is, by its nature, they're creating their own need for the variance because they're coming in to ask for the variance to be able to build what they want. Applicant in their request for the appeal says that they will be deprived of all reasonable use of the property as allowed in the zoning district. They mention the height of 12 feet on proposed structure. Applicants requested in February to request 10-foot high as a buffer, but matching the residential home, owners would try reaching a 9-foot, 7-inch gable roof for pleasing appeal. That 12-foot is what we have for accessory structures, but I'll still contend that the planning board had placed the 4-foot height limitation as part of its consideration for the variance itself, and you see that language on the February 11th approval that the grant for the inclusive items all the way through the 0.82% lot coverage variance for the maximum allowed 35% lot coverage was all under the condition that the pump house is to be within the boundaries of the block wall, the pool barrier, and not taller than 4 feet in height. The planning board, in staff's opinion, acted appropriately and provided that condition on its roof height as a condition of granting the other variances. And I believe they were within their purview to be able to do that. Previous appeal denied, as we recall. Then we had the new variance application that came back and said hardship relief on undersized lot, variance relief for pool housing structure on height roof coverage. And that's where we had the tie votes, and that tie votes resulting in a denial. The Board of County Commissioners is the appellate authority for variances. And in this case, as before, your decision ultimately can be appealed to the circuit court. We do note that Mr. Royer's previous appeal was not further appealed to the circuit court. He came back and reapplied instead. And we provide this guidance to you before, but just for the record, appeal must be reviewed based on the record presented to the Planning and Development Board meetings and also argument of the appellant before the County Commission. No new evidence or testimony beyond these may be provided. In deciding, the Board of County Commissioners must make 3 determinations. First, whether the Planning and Development Board's decision was supported by competent, substantial evidence. Second, whether due process was accorded. And third, whether the essential requirements of law, primarily the 4 criteria for variances within the LDC, have been observed. You have to make all 3 of those determinations in reviewing this. If, I believe it's safe to say, if you're choosing to overturn the planning board's decision, I think is where we've had this come up before. And so when we talked about this before, these are your guidelines in the context of the appeal for this unique duty that you have tonight. Variance guidelines, again, repeated here. I won't read these. We already had them before. First one is that it's unique on the extraordinary. Number 2, conditions not created by the applicant. Third, are you causing substantial public health, welfare, safety, morals of the community? If the variance was granted, are you causing that substantial detriment? And then the 4th one, no variance can be granted for use of building or land that's not permitted. That final one, not numbered, we treat as almost as a 5th criterion that says that it's the minimum variance necessary to alleviate the hardship. So we always want to take that in consideration also. Options for the board, again, those 3 areas that I just want to emphasize that again. This is taken from the staff report portion. And then after this, I gave you those specific options. Then based on those findings that you make, whether or not those 3 items had been met from the previous proceeding, you can approve the appeal request, overturning the planning board's denial of the variances, and then effectively then, Board of County Commissioners will need to set the maximum height of the pump house. Otherwise, maximum height will be limited to a maximum height of 12 feet. Second option, you could deny the appeal request, upholding the Planning and Development Board's denial of the variance, and that would affirm then the original condition limiting the height to 4 feet. And then in this situation, you're affirming the Planning and Development Board's decision to grant the variance. I'd say that's the original variance is what you're doing. Remember, this last one had failed on a tie vote, and so it was a procedural issue where the denial happened because of the tie. Number 3, you're going to remand it back to the planning board, further proceedings, direction on how the board failed to base its decision on competent, substantial evidence, accorded due process, and or observe the essential requirements of law, your 3 criteria that you're having to look at here. And then the variance use is held in abeyance still until the Planning and Development Board renders its decision on the variance as remanded. 4th option is to continue it, your review, to a time and date certain. Hopefully that'd be the next meeting on February 9th, if that's needed. We did, again, include this information here. We said it to you before. Unlike a rezoning, there is no time bar here. Effectively, Mr. Royer could reapply yet again. We would hope that that application would change in some form over time, and so that it's not the continuing same application that comes in. It varies in some manner as the subsequent applications come in. With that, I'll close, await any questions or comments, submit my report for the record, and thank you for your attention.
Right. Does the applicant have someone to speak?
Before he starts, can I just ask, Adam, could you go back to the number 2 on this again?
I was trying to, let's see.
Get backwards 1. 3, 2. Give me just a second.
I think that I got that right. I may have bumped a little bit on that, but I think I'm right with what I'm saying there.
It again? I don't know.
Number one for me is you would approve his appeal. And you'd have some height greater than 4 feet. You would need to set that height. If you don't set that height, it's going to be 12 feet by default. Second option would be that you deny his appeal, and then we're left back with the original conditions on the variance.
And that's where my confusion, so that means everything in that community has to be 4 feet or less.
Everything on his property related to, because of the group of I believe the planning board had taken it into consideration, the number of variances he had, and chose to further limit than the height of the pump house as a condition of granting the other variances.
Because if it wasn't 4, it would have to be 12?
It could be as much as 12.
Oh, it could be as much as 12.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Adam, can I ask you,
Proposed 9.5, I think.
how many members are there on the review board?
Yes, ma'am. There are typically 7. And so at the meeting that we had on September 9th, there were 6 present.
So
That's why it's 3 and 3.
accumulated into a tie, correct? You got
Right.
a 3-3?
So it goes to okay.
And that's
They didn't
why
have a
it came
tiebreaker.
here.
Yeah, I could almost argue he's denied due process because you had 3 people voted for it.
Right.
And the same thing in the previous one. 2 people voted for it, 2 against. So it seems to me he's been denied due process. It's not fair if you got half the board saying, yeah, give it to him, and the other half saying no.
There's also, Madam Chair, if I could,
Sure.
there's also a bit of an argument for, I believe it's called venue shopping, is that, when you walk in, you see that even numbered, that maybe that on the part of an applicant, maybe it's kind of good to call timeout then and wait till you have at least an odd number. Maybe not the full board, but if you're waiting until, you could hold this almost in perpetuity as we're trying to make sure we work through absences or whatever it may be. And I think that's where the idea of venue shopping comes in. Certainly, I'd say there's probably some responsibility on the part of the applicant to say, hey, I don't think I want to go through this again, especially if I've had a series of tie votes. And you walk in and you see a quorum, but that quorum is an even number. I think the gamble on the part, again, I can't speak for Mr. Royer, but I think the gamble was that he wasn't going to have that 3-3. He was going to have a 4-2. He was going to have, potentially maybe even a 6-0 is what he was hoping for, and didn't anticipate the 3-3. The even number is problematic for us.
Yeah, it's not a denial of due process. I mean, the rules are clear.
Yeah, I'm with you, Adam. When you do a head count and there's an even number of people there, and then we have it all the time. Who went? Oh, the school board. Look what happened at the school board.
That's
They're
right.
there till 3 o'clock in the morning being silly.
Right.
So it's what happens when you have an even number of people on the board. Somebody's sick, somebody can't make it, someone asks for an excuse, but they only meet once a month. That's the hard part. It's just, this thing's been going around and around for a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
So on the 4 feet, is that imposed by the planning board, or it was imposed by the planning
Yes,
board?
ma'am, it was.
Okay.
And I believe, there was some discussion about that. The discussion was to because of it being a corner lot.
Right.
That it had some consideration, because if that shed building had been observing its double front setback, it would have been a minimum of 25 feet back from the property line. And then realizing also that the wall of the pool is at the 0 setback, so that, this included in the variance was also a variance from that street side setback to effectively to allow it to be constructed where it was. And so it's very tough. It's a small lot, and so that's part of, I think, what everyone was grappling with this. And then the corner made it unique also, that but in consideration of the granting, I believe what the planning board had said, and in consideration of granting the front setback for the street side, that they wanted to reduce that height mainly for corner visibility, as I recall the discussion. You do have the minutes present, so you can challenge me on any of that, but that's what I recall.
Well, where I'm from, if you were on a corner lot, you had to angle the building. And we used to actually have two-story buildings, and one would have a actual, well, guess what's sitting right there right now, 10 years later?
Right.
Big-ass tree. I mean, you can't see around it anyway. So
Yes,
they
ma'am.
should have just built it. Some of the things we do is sometimes a little silly, but
I agree.
that's all right. That's government.
These are not easy decisions. I think you see that in the record at how the planning board had dealt with this before. I don't envy you in your position. You know, I did leave this slide up here of those are your criteria again. And I think if you keep those in mind as you're reviewing the record that's here, the testimony that comes in this evening, you know, I think that you're in a good spot looking at these and keeping these in mind. Remember, your decision has to be based on all these being met.
Want to let the applicant?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yep, that's okay with everybody.
Thank you.
Mingle. We'll wait till you get
We'll get you to the mic.
Come on up to the,
We need you at the mic.
Mr. McGrath, come on up.
If you could just state your name for the record, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Peter McGrath. I'm an attorney retained by Mr. Royer to assist him in this process, and I'll do what I can to assist you in this process as well. So that's a pretty good rendering. I would prefer seeing the pool and the, if you will, the other from the angle of, just keep going. I'd appreciate it.
Be fair, you said his favorite.
That's it, that's the
picture.
one. That last one, please. Can you do the last one?
One before.
That's it. Okay, this is the broadest view of what's proposed, and I'm all about the visuals. What I'd like to start with is this idea of a 4-foot stem wall to define the addition. There's been an assumption with respect to the subdivision that there's a 4-foot height limitation with respect to hedges and walls by a set of old-timey covenants and restrictions that were recorded back on August 16th, 1959. What I'd like to do is, and this is something that's food for thought, it really can't be considered part of the appellate record because this was not originally presented. But what I have is an opinion letter, which I prepared from Mr. Royer, that I'd like to share with the commission if that's permissible.
Is it new?
It's new information, but it's food for thought about this
Can't take
process.
new information,
Okay.
right?
Well,
Am I wrong?
It's outside of the scope of the appeal.
It is to a certain extent, but what we're looking at is my client voluntarily limiting the height of the wall, defining the improvement to 4 feet to stay within, if you would, the subdivision aesthetic. He did that voluntarily. And what I can explain is that with these restrictions having dropped off his title by operation of the Marketable Record Title Act, that's Chapter 712 Florida statutes, he could come back with a 6-foot wall. And it would be entirely within the LDC and entirely consistent with his rights as a citizen of Flagler County. So there is no 4-foot limitation, but he's sticking with it. He wants to work with his neighbors. He wants to be a good neighbor. And I do want to have Mr. Royer make a few comments, but briefly, with respect to this pump house restriction on height issue, there is no land development code provision which addresses pool pump houses. It doesn't exist. There is a land development code provision dealing with accessory structures. And as Mr. Mengel explained, my client's entitled to go up to 12 feet in the context of constructing an accessory structure. And once again, in an effort to work with the board, work with P&Z, he's agreed to limit it to 10 feet. He actually intends to build a 9 foot 7 inches but he needs that 10 feet to make sure that there's not some slight variation in the as-built with what is being proposed to the commission. So he's asking that the commission acknowledge that there's a standard that's being applied which doesn't exist. There is no LDC provision which requires this pump house to be limited to a height of 4 feet. It's sort of if you want to call it a discretionary take by P&Z and their decision that this is appropriate to limit it to 4 feet. And it's a little bit, for want of a better way of putting it, it's a little bit, the word fails me. It's capricious, a tad capricious. It's sort of coming up with a standard which wasn't there before and applying it to my client's property, where if he was simply installing an accessory structure, he could go as high as 12 feet. So briefly, we're looking for 10 feet. He's planning to build to 9 feet 7 inches to match the slope of the existing roof. Now here's the rub. There was sort of an assumption at the last hearing that what was going to be installed here were a Badu German manufactured pump system with two 4 horsepower motors creating a continuous wave action or a continuous current action in this pool. And the assumption was, well, it's just a couple of pumps, 4 feet should cut the mustard. And that certainly was not the case. One of the witnesses who complained about what my client intended to do called the local representative and pretended to be a prospective customer who was interested in installing a system like this and got the information that 4 feet would be sufficient. That was not what was proposed, and that is not what is proposed by my client. In addition to the two 4 horsepower motors, my client needs to put a pool pump in there. He needs to put an irrigation system in there, filtration system, excuse me. So we're talking about a standard pool pump and a filtration system, and I have a contractor here who's going to do the work. He'll testify that that filtration system itself is 4 feet in height. And in addition to that, my client also wants to install a pool heater, all housed in that accessory structure. It's wholly insufficient to limit him to 4 feet. There's major problems with respect to attempting to maintain all of that equipment in such a small space, and more importantly, major considerations with respect to making sure that there's adequate ventilation for all the machinery that's in there. We're talking about motors, we're talking about pumps, and more room is absolutely necessary. So we're looking at a minimum variance to alleviate the hardship here, and what we're focusing on is a decision by P&Z to limit the pump house to 4 feet, which in itself is creating a hardship. So we're not alleviating a hardship by trying to jam all this equipment into a 4-foot structure. We're basically telling my client, you can't have this proposed addition, because what our friends have decided by, once again, a 2-2 tie vote. My client's, he lives on lot 13, okay? He's been unlucky. Maybe it's because his lot is number 13, but he's had a number of tie votes here. And my simple point to the commission is that imposing that 4-foot limitation creates the hardship, denies him of what he wants to do with his property, forces him to walk away from the project. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's required. So my simple point is, and these are my simple remarks, my client has other remarks as well. This 4-foot height restriction is arbitrary. It appears capricious. It's a standard which isn't set forth in the Land Development Code. It's not called for here. There isn't a real problem associated with this. The people who are complaining about this proposed project don't even live full-time in Flagler County. They're just wanting to, it appears to me, to cause trouble for my client where there's no reason for it. So my simple point with these remarks is to point out that what is requested here in terms of going to a height of 10 feet is actually entirely reasonable. And I don't think Mr. Mengel is altogether committed to the prior decision. He seems sympathetic to my client's position on this. And I believe the commission is sympathetic as well. We're not talking about a major change. This is a fairly modest addition to this property with an accessory structure, and they're all over the county, these types of accessory structures. Nothing unusual here, nothing weird here. It seems entirely appropriate to take a second look at what my client is being required to bootstrap his project to, a 4-foot pump house, which effectively denies him his ability to go forward with this project. So those are the comments I wanted to make. Mr. Royer's been living with this for a year or so. He may have some additional comments that he would hope you would allow him to make and that you would entertain. And I certainly thank you for your time this evening and considering this application and this appeal. Oh, and in addition, I may have a couple of blurbs in rebuttal. Thank you.
Mr. Royer?
Raymond Royer, 3 Pelican Lane. Yeah, I've been dealing with this since the beginning of the year, and last time I was in front of you, Andy was the chair, and when he offered me the reapplication, my comment to Andy was, I will take that application, and I will go through the process again, because when I go through the process again, I will appeal it with my attorney, because I couldn't explain in 10 minutes the due process that I was having from the beginning. That my due process right to the end was violated. I didn't get my rebuttal before they voted. Okay, I could have changed the vote. I could have held the vote where they could have, I was entitled to 3 more hearings if they would grant it. So I didn't get my rebuttal at that end. I stayed until the very end to make sure they understood that I didn't get my rebuttal. The chairman of that board came out and apologized. I accept this apology. So, you know, you make mistakes, but I let him know that I was violated. It's not going to go away. I gotta appeal this. I decided to come in front of you again. I believe I exhausted all my avenues. When I went in front of them last time, I had a quorum of 4, 2. Now remember, I entered these pictures. Prior to this, I had 7 no's. All of a sudden, I'm changing votes due to these pictures. So was there any guidelines of restrictions? No. It was a reference because members of the board even said out loud, 2 members of the board, their personal polls have this. Well, we got in an argument. I said, I don't care what you have at your house. This is what I'm building at my house. Okay? So they should have never brought their personal opinion in it, but they did. Okay? So that shows me their bias in a respect. Okay? My due process was horrible. So leading up, like you said, he mentioned a good example. When it came to the 6 votes, there was 5 members there. I was counting. Yeah, I was winning. 3-2, that was the count. The last member showed up. He showed up just prior to the meeting. He announced, public announcement. Now, Robert's rules has a rules against this. His public announcement was, he is deathly sick. He's on heavy medications. You're not supposed to vote when you're on heavy medications. He voted. And he said he excused himself at any moment because he was so sick. Well, he excused himself when I mentioned that my rebuttal was not given. He excused himself. He didn't want to hear it. So I don't know if there's something biased with that individual, and I am not going to go through the process again because as far as I'm concerned, if you don't give it to me, then my attorney has already been retained. I will move further and take this to court. My property, I served this country as a firefighter, like I said earlier this morning. I have the rights to have that building. There is no justification for 4 feet. I sent an email earlier to Adam and Simone, show me in the code where it says there's a 4 feet restriction? No response. No response on that. So you've got the notes. And besides that, if any of you, there was 2 members of the board that did vote yes for me. They took the opportunity on their own time, drove down to my property, sat there in their car and just viewed it and couldn't see what the problem was. And that also changed their mind. So that's about it. I mean, my due process was violated, and that's why I'm going to fight on, because one of the members on that board is an attorney, and he even said to me, Ray, you're a fighter. And you're right, I am a fighter, because it's the principle of the thing, and I will fight for the principle. Thank you. And I don't know if he's going to let the builders speak on behalf.
Thank you. Very briefly, we have a licensed contractor who's going to discuss the issue concerning the 4-foot limitation and the height of the accessory structure. A few brief comments, if I may. Ma'am?
I don't think I can, right, Mr. Winkle, if I recall, it's just the applicant.
Now, this would be, once again, food for thought, going down the road. As I mentioned, my client does have the ability to perhaps go 6 feet. Where this process takes us from here may be in different directions. But if you're not interested in further food from thought, that's not part of the appellate record. This I understand.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll bring it back here and discuss for a little bit. I do have a question, Mr. Winkle. When the board was reviewing this, what did they talk about ventilation, spacing of the equipment necessary?
It had come up, and there was a request at one of the iterations to have some professional come forward, hopefully the pump installer, the manufacturer, to come and speak on behalf of Mr. Royer. That didn't happen. As Mr. McGrath had said, one of the folks in the neighborhood had gone, and we were wondering what exactly it was, but it was kind of the pump installation manual, I think, was what was submitted. It's in the record that you saw there. One of the statements, I believe, and I'm going to paraphrase pretty close, is that Mr. Royer was saying that he would need that extra height at least to provide extra room for the pumps that would be needed for that. So that was part of the justification. If I could clarify one thing that Mr. McGrath had said, and I think Mr. Royer also came back and said it, remember that what you're seeing here, there is some key benefit. 4 feet's important to us. In your front yards, we have a 4-foot height limitation. And so there is a reason for it. And remember what I said, that shed could not be placed where it is right now unless there was a variance granted for its location. It was granted a front setback variance to allow it in this location, and then in consideration of that, I believe the planning board had come back and said, yeah, you can have it there, but it's got to be at 4 feet. We have a 4-foot front yard height limitation. Again, corner lot. And so the idea there is typically it's an open fence that you have. And so when we talk to anybody about it, if it's forward of your front building line, fence that's no higher than 4 feet. Behind your front building line, corner lot, in this case, it would end up being off the side of the home where that gate is that you can see to the left. That could be a 6-foot high fence that would run then parallel to the side of the home and then run down along that line. 6 foot high is our maximum fence height in the residential district. 4 foot being that's, again, front yard, that's the highest you can go without getting a height variance. It was presented at one of the earlier meetings, I think, and Mr. Royer may have been the one who said it was 4 foot was fine. And the other thing we have in play here, just to emphasize the point, this 4-foot fence wall shed in combination where the shed acts as part of that, all that in total acts as part of the pool barrier. So that's important because that's a code requirement. You have to have that pool barrier. It doesn't say how high it has to be. It has to, well, I think it does have to be at least 4 feet. It has to have a self-closing gate. All those kind of things have to come into play. I am thinking here that if you're trying to kind of grapple, and I'm recalling maybe wrongly, the planning board maybe had talked about shifting that shed this side. And so maybe that's something you can consider. I don't remember if Mr. Royer had talked about that before. I think he had said that wasn't something that he was interested in doing, but that effectively would move it further away from the corner if you're trying to find some possible middle ground with this. And again, granting him that 9'7". I'm not sure if there would be particular opposition in the neighborhood to that, but that then would be the scenario where you'd end up, setting something new that effectively I don't believe the planning board had looked at. Again, Mr. Royer or Mr. McGrath may be able to talk about that. I don't recall on the record if that was one of the discussions. But in its location where it is now, it needed the variance for setback to allow its height, to allow it for the shed to be placed there in the first place. And then the planning board then set that limit 4 feet. And that's in line with what we would have for a maximum height of a fence or wall in your front yard.
So the 4 foot's not arbitrary, as
Not arbitrary.
indicated, yeah.
No. And I don't know about covenants. I think that was said before, so be it, that's good. I understand that it is what it is. I don't know what the covenants have. We never really looked at those.
Is there a ocean view from that shed?
Not the way it's placed here. I think there was an argument that was said on the part of the appellants that are maybe on the east side of Mr. Royer's home, that it would affect their view towards the intercoastal. And so if you can imagine down Pelican, when you're on that side, you're looking down. If that roof line is substantial, you're affecting that view. But I think for the most part, that's not going to affect an ocean view.
And is this the scan of what the height of the main roof is? Is this an actual measured, almost measured sketch of, or is there a lower roof? How high is the house roof?
I'm a little worried when I see, I think what he intended, and I was going to, so this one, what I believe the intent was, and what Mr. Royer had said in his testimony was that, at the planning board, was that south elevation of the roof, the one to the right-hand side that's facing towards Pelican, would match the height of the roof of the home. And so that's what he had said. Now, this, to me, doesn't show it in this graphic, but that was what I believe is correct. Maybe he can clarify that, but that it would, and with the 9'7", what we understood at its highest point, it would do that. But I want to, if we're wrong on that, I want him to clarify it. But he had said, I believe at the planning board, that was going to match that roof elevation, definitely match the pitch, but match that roof elevation so that he wasn't going any higher. This doesn't exactly show that, and I don't know if it's just a flaw in how it's shown.
I don't know if this is just a picture, if it's actually a schematic look of what he's planning to do, because I don't know whether that equipment could be moved to the back end of the house,
Right.
Attached to the house to give him the space, or next to the house on the back side where the bushes are, because it appears that they're high, but I could be wrong.
We had said that, and so that much is in the record, is that there could be no attachment to the rear of the home, because the rear of the home was effectively an added-on porch that was of a wood frame construction, where I believe the front was masonry, and so that would subject it potentially to some insect damage. It wouldn't, and it's something I think the planning board, it resonated to the planning board that you couldn't have the shed attached at the rear to that where you see the sun design there, because it effectively was an enclosed porch that added to the patio, that added to the living area, and because of it being a different construction type, that was ill-advised.
Okay.
I think with this one, what I believe the intent was, is not to move any further forward on Pelican with the building wall, and this one doesn't exactly show that either, than the front of the home, and to have the roof pitch height match the home. And so I think that's what was being said. But again, I don't think this shows it as directly as what was stated in the testimony at the planning board.
Adam, just a practical question. I have a pool, service it. So the pool filter itself is 3.5 feet. And you have to take the top off and pull the filter out. With a 4-foot-high ceiling, he's not going to be able to service his pump, service his filter. Hadn't anybody discussed that? I mean, it just seems like a practical thing. I mean, I know you take the top off the filter, you pull the filter out and clean it. If it's 4 foot high, he's not going to be able to do that.
There actually have been some discussion of why even put it in a building at all, because there's no code requirement that says that you have to have it in a building.
Right.
And so there was testimony, I believe, in the record by Mr. Royer that there would be other things stored in the building, and that was always kind of the running idea there, that it wasn't just going to be pumps, it was going to be other items as well.
You can't expect someone not to have a pump house. It's what protects it from the elements, so it's not like you can say, well.
Many don't.
I have a question. I know the 4-foot rule because we have fencing issues out west, right? You know, you hear it all the time. I know the 4-foot rule for a fence. Accessory dwellings behind the fence are up to 12 feet. Invisible from the roadways, at least out where in our area seems to be the story. So what makes that? Gosh, I feel, like if that fence went around that building and this was behind it, the 4-foot wall fence, does it change anything? I'm just asking this like a purely.
If you're meeting your setbacks on that building, then yes, they can. And there is language in there that says that if it's 12 feet or less, I'm going to quote it wrong, and I believe it has a rear setback of 10 feet, irregardless of the zoning district. Otherwise, if you're greater than 12 feet, you can go higher than 12 feet. We've had that down south. Rima Ridge area, we have a lot of barns. We had some barns that had second-story living additions. You can go higher, but when you do that, you have to meet the minimum requirements of the zoning district. Residential district also, remember, the residential district's a little quirky because there's a 10-foot separation off the rear yard for any accessory away from the home, or you attach it. And so with this one being at the front, we didn't have to worry about that separation because once we got the variance for the shed in the front, we didn't have, it's a 10-foot off the rear is where it says, but it's in our residential code for our residential zoning districts.
Adam, back to the pool filter again. It seems to me that if they had that discussion about no pump zone, but okay, we'll give you a pump house, but it's got to be, that seems punitive to me. We'll let you build it, but we're not going to let you build it so that you can use it.
Well, a roof doesn't have to be fixed structure. It can tilt. You can tilt it upwards. It can be on hinges.
You're reaching now.
It doesn't have to be a solid roof.
As I recall, and certainly public comment from others may reflect better on my memory, but I don't recall the filter being discussed previously. I recall it being the discussion all along. The dilemma was these dual pump system that was to create the constant flow. Intuitively, you're going to have the filter. I get that, because it's a pool. But that wasn't part of the discussion that I remember at the planning board. It wasn't in their consideration.
Adam, isn't this whole pool and
seems crazy?
Isn't it closer to the road than what's depicted in this picture? Because didn't it have to get a setback variance?
I think the depiction is correct, and so let's see if I can go back. And I don't know if I've got, the aerial may show it best. So that what you have is not the good one. So this shows that Mockingbird Lane is shifted to the west of the right-of-way. And so what we're talking about in our world is a right-of-way limit. That's where our setbacks are measured from, not from the road itself. I think you were saying it right, but for emphasis, there's an extra greenway space that's there because of the Mockingbird Lane not being put in the center of the right-of-way.
Okay.
And so it kind of throws you off. When you look at it, you're going, well, hold on, aren't we talking about pavement? Well, no, not in this situation, because Mockingbird looks like it was put in the wrong spot. It was too far to the west, and so you end up with a extra area of green space that is arguably public right of way. Now, I'll say that also. I don't remember if this came up. I don't think the odds are pretty low that county's going to step in and do some extra laning on Mockingbird Lane that would then shift it over, that would make it where we're encroaching closer over to that corner. Certainly there's always a safety concern on a corner, but neighborhood street, you can look for yourself. There's only a handful of lots. I'm not sure how much traffic this gets other than maybe Amazon and the mail.
Right.
But that's a consideration that's there. Always going to be something we're going to talk about on a corner lot. We always want to talk about corner visibility.
Can this be blown up any bigger? This picture itself, can you enlarge it or not?
We could go to property appraiser and I could zoom in, but that's probably as close as I could I could
That's the
come with
best we
that.
could do.
And the address, once we get the property appraiser, if we can, 3 Pelican Lane would be the property search. Yeah, Google Earth could work also, but I'm familiar quicker with property appraiser. It's
we
where
have-
I live. I think we got it
You want me to do it, or
working.
you want them to do it?
I think we got it working.
You can't do it.
He's working at it.
Oh, is he?
You just don't see the magic until it gets to that point.
Well, I think we're getting into the weeds here
We are.
because.
We're not
I'm
supposed
looking
to.
at- I'm looking at down
This
the
that
street,
had come up, though, the road shifting, that had been something that had been discussed
All right.
before.
and I'm looking at the street past it, and on Pelican Lane, where their driveways are actually into the road, it appears. Maybe not.
You will have aprons that do go into those, and so you'll see some. We also, just to make it clear that there may be some shifting that needs to happen here, that you can look on the east side on A1A, and that, this may not be, this isn't a survey. This is a depiction
Right, of course.
of lots and parcels for property appraiser purposes. And so if you look on the east side, just to be real clear, those may be a little too far east. And so the whole world may need to shift a little to the west. But we do know for a fact that Mockingbird Lane is not in the center of the right-of-way. It is offset. Our setbacks always measured from a property line, not from a roadway.
Correct.
And so the front property line measured from the right-of-way edge.
Yeah.
So
This
there you
gives
go.
us a better depiction of what it really looks like.
And I believe the survey showed, I could go back to that, but
So
let's leave it on that for now.
What you're showing as the
This is Google Earth.
area that can't get the pump in the back is that, what looks like a mesh. It's like a,
I think it was a portico, maybe at the time. I don't know if
Yeah.
I don't think it's still there.
okay, this is just an older picture.
And it looked like it had a wooden fence portion that
Like
was
a
there to give
broken
some
fe-
privacy.
Like a lower fence, yeah, okay. Or a gate, possibly a door gate or something like that. But it doesn't have that house, that 4-foot house.
We go back to the PowerPoint, if you don't mind. I could show the survey. And so recall then that on the side there of the home's already closer than it should be to the Mockingbird Lane right-of-way. It's already, and again, not a problem. We looked back, it was, I think the home's construction predated establishment of the zoning in 1991 in our Unified Land Development Code. It is non-conforming to the front setback, but it is already effectively encroaching. If you remember that history, maybe just to mention that also, we had attempted to consider variances for the structure of the home, so the structure could be rebuilt if it was damaged, and that was effectively removed from consideration at the time when we had that initial planning board decision. Folks in the audience nearby had come by and submitted comments that said that what if that then created an opportunity for 2 stories to be placed on the property? Planning board said, we're not interested in pursuing that, and Mr. Royer agreed to leave it as it is. As it sits now, if something catastrophic happened to the home, it would have to observe current setbacks, which would mean it would not be as close to Mockingbird as it shows here.
Thank you.
Question.
Thank you.
Is this the only place the pool pump can go?
I'll let Mr. Royer talk about that. I think he said yes, it was. I'm going to let him talk about that.
I don't mean from a it can theoretically it can go in many different places.
It could, but there's, I think with this, you're really only talking south or north, oriented to, with a pool in the center, either south or north. I think those are the only 2 options that you have here. So it could go in its proposed location to the south, or it could go to the north.
East or west?
North or south.
I just know PVC pipes can go anywhere, so, I mean, it doesn't really matter where the pumps are. They don't have to be in a direct line. You size the pipe appropriately to reduce friction loss so it doesn't affect anything.
But that still doesn't solve the problem of them 4 feet.
They went
If you
through
move
all
it,
this.
they're still saying it has to be 4 feet.
You're moving it there's different places for height restrictions.
Agree.
It's not the only place.
This still, anywhere on the west side of the home would have required a variance for the shed to be placed there. For the shed to be placed there, because it's a structure going within the front setback. We would have allowed a fence no higher than 4 feet, no variance needed, it's a fence.
So it's
But any
staying
structure being
consistent
placed
with
there.
the fence height.
And any structure, though, would have required a variance anywhere on the west side. And then when
No,
you think
but
about it
it's
too, just to defend
With the
also,
fence height, that's the purpose.
at the
not
north
arbitrary.
end, you can see that 8 feet, I don't think you could have placed the pool pump anywhere within that 8 foot to the north, especially not a structure, because you see there, the home is 9 feet off of the rear line, I think is what it is. I don't know if it's dimensioned, but it's very close to
But the
the,
patio, I mean, you have the entire patio.
yes, sir.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, we'll give you 1 minute. Yeah, we'll do, is there any other questions for Mr. Mingle right now?
No.
No. Okay. We'll let you,
A point of clarification, there are no public rights-of-way, no publicly dedicated streets in this subdivision. These roads are formed as a result of vehicular easements, which are found on every owner's platted lot. So my client has a 25-foot easement extending for purposes of benefiting his neighbors, vehicular access to and from the subdivision. The same is true for the neighbor on the other side. So there's a 50-foot easement for vehicular access and not a publicly dedicated right-of-way. And that's how this old-timey subdivision was originally set up, consisting of approximately 19 lots. So that's just a point of clarification. And my client might have wanted to mention something concerning the 4-foot limitation.
All right. This clarifies some stuff up. When I was in front of you last time, I had to start off by explaining to you I never explained that I was going to have a lean roof. Adam was just bringing it up again. I've always said it's going to match my roof. My roof is a gable roof on my home. It's not a lean roof. You can't take the south roof and say that's what I said. I have always said I'm matching my gable roof. So I don't know where this lean roof is coming from. 3 times I was asked to move the pump. I tried to accommodate 3 different times. Okay, the first time, can you put it right where it is now, but against the house? Well, view the picture. There's a bathroom window there. I can't put it there. They were going to give me the height, though, if I put it next to the building. Okay? Right there. They were going to put it, if I put it next to the building, they're going to give me the height. Can you put it to the rear? Just like Mr. Adam explained. I can't put it there. There's an existing porch there. There's plywood behind that structure. The rest of my house is block, and with the termite issues and everything. Now, my house is treated for termites, but still, we live in Florida, and if I would ever put a permanent building against that rear side of the house, I might have to tear that building down just to make that repair. So I've moved and tried to accommodate. I've done everything possible. I'm allowed to go 12 feet. I'm going to 10, but I'm going to go 9.7 to make the appeal of my house and my mini-me house look appealing to the neighborhood. It's not taking anything from anybody. It's not restricting anybody's view from the river or the ocean. Nobody's view, okay? If you go on back on the Google Maps, there's actually 2 other structures that were built on there, secondary buildings. My building west of that is going to be west. That building is 300 and some square feet. So my building's going to be 1/3. Then there's a one right behind the complainant neighbor that's in the cul-de-sac. There's a garage back there. That's 500 square feet. Well, I'm just going to say that's 1/4 of what I'm building. They're 10 feet high. 10 feet high. I'm going 9.7 with a 10 feet 3-inch limitation because, again, if I go with a metal roof, I might put a capping on it. Sometimes that metal capping could be high if I don't go with shingle. And I'm probably going to put metal on it because we live in a hurricane section. Also, I was told earlier in the beginning of the year, why don't you put a Rubbermaid or a Home Depot shed there? I mean, everybody's telling me how to build this thing, but nobody's giving me any money, okay? I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, I can't believe I'm hearing people, oh, you could put a lift on it, you could do this, you could do that. This is my home, okay? I'm trying to make it appealing to my home. I think what I'm presenting is appealing. It matches my home. My home's block. This is block. I'm putting a matching gable roof on it. I don't know what else I could do to make this appealing, but you guys are telling me to go 4 feet, put a lift on it. I mean, it's going to look like, I think it's going to look like a commercial fishing box when it's all done. It's just going to, it's not going to be appealing. And then these pumps, talking about PVC, just to let you know, Andy, these are going to be 4-inch discharges coming off these pumps, okay? So I'm going to have 2. Each is 4 horsepower motors. A normal pool is probably 3/4 to a horse and a half, depending on your size pool. These are 4 horsepower each. It's going to give me the restrictions that I need when I go to swim. Like I said earlier in my conversations, I'm not going to be that 20-year-old rescue swimmer, but I am going to be at times striving, and I don't want to touch the pool. And this is the only system out there that triathlons and people that are swimmers use so they don't touch the side of the pool. So I'm willing to spend the extra costs. Yeah, I could put a cheap, plywood that will probably rot in 5 years because I live off the salt conditions. But I'm putting a hurricane. I live in the hurricane district. Where we talked about earlier, today about floods and everything else. And I'm going to put a permanent building. Not a building that's going to get blown away when we have the 115, 120 mile, 180 mile winds. So I've done everything. I've been here always in good faith, but it hasn't been reciprocal back. I have not had due process. It's all on YouTube. Watch it. I was wishing you guys would view it before so you would know these things, because we're just going back in circles. Did he ask to move it here? Did he ask to do this? Did PVC? But we talked about these things numerous times. And I just want to get this pool built. And it started out where my wife wanted the pool. And then I said, hey, I want to put that's just a minute, because I used to be a rescue swimmer, so I want to be an aggressive swimmer. I was going to build it 9 by 12. But after talking to the manufacturers, they said, no, you got to build it 14 feet long because the resistance is going to put you in the middle of the pool. That's how much force it's going to come off. So I had to make it longer. Dan yourself even said to me when I was going to tell me to get the application, Dan said, make sure you got everything you need to get it done. Well, I did. I ended up going 2 feet past the front of the house because I was told I could only go to the front of the house. Well, my house is 27 feet back, but my set line is 25. So I said, well, I'll give myself 2 more feet, because after I was told to do a layout, which I presented a layout of 2 different layouts where these pumps were going to go and all my equipment, I presented it. It didn't go well with 2 other members of the board. They just kind of laughed at what I gave them. I went to my builders here. I went to an architect. I presented what I was told. Hey, can I do this with a 4 feet plan? No, you can't. Not with all the equipment you want to put in there. No, you got to build it taller. You got to build it for airflow. You got to build it for the volume of the space that you got so you can service them and everything else. I'm 62 years old. I don't want to be in there crawling on my hands and knees servicing this equipment on a daily basis. I want to be able to go upright. I'm a human being. I mean, I'm not a, 4-legged animal here. So, listen, I've tried everything, I think what I'm presenting is going to be appealing. It's going to match my home. I've said it from day one. It's going to match my home. So I don't know where all this other stuff's coming from and all these other do this and do that. I'm telling you, we covered all the bases. And if I can't go more than 4 feet, then there's no way I can put the equipment in there, because even like Greg said, I'm going to put a filter system in there. Earlier when we discussed this, Chuck, he's the engineer for the department, I brought it up at the TRC meeting. I was going to talk about the equipment in there, and Chuck said, oh, no, you don't have to worry about the equipment. When you get your permit, that's when you talk about your equipment, because you're going to have to pull your electrical, your plumbing. Well, then I didn't talk about it. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, everybody's talking about what am I putting in it. So now I'm playing catch up, because everybody's telling me what's going in, and I'm telling them what's going in there. Now they're telling me I can't build it because, it's a jet system. What do you mean it's a jet system? It's more than a jet system. I'm putting a jet system with a conventional pool system with a filter on it, heat pump. The heat pump alone, I explained to them. And two of the members on the board are, I believe, are builders. I explained, my background is a mechanical, tech. I worked on HVAC. The discharge from the fans from the heat pump is going to be CFMs. Well, that CFM's got to go somewhere. I can't have positive pressure in there, or it's going to blow my doors open. So I know what I'm doing here in a sense. I'm getting all the sound advice. I'm not going to do this cheaply. I'm going to go through the builders. All I'm doing from day one is try to pull the owner's property permit. And my question is, why am I going through a double standard? Because when I talk to my builders, Mr. Rohr, why didn't you go through me? We could have got you the permit instantly. And I'm like, what?
Mr. Royer, if we'll just take a minute.
Yeah.
I appreciate this. I
Yeah.
really do.
Okay.
I think what we'll do is, if it's okay with the board, go out. There looks like there's some comments from the
Yeah,
public
let's do that.
possibly.
Let's open it up,
Let's
and
do
then we'll have
that.
a rebuttal.
We'll come back and have Mr. Mingle walk through our decisions, what's available to us,
Okay.
and then we will get you a decision, Mr.
Thank you.
Royer.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, at this time, I'd like to, if that's okay with everybody here, open up item 9C for public comment. Each person who'd like to speak on item 9C is welcome to approach the bench, state your name, and speak 3 minutes on the topic. Mhm. If it's specific, yes. Just state your name.
Tamara Daniels. I represent Ortiz Building and Pool Contractor. We have 3 licenses, actually. We also have a roofing license, so we'll be doing the entire project. As he has stated, and as you mentioned, Greg, the pool equipment, the filter is 3.7 feet, I believe, just for the filter. And then that has to be pulled out from the top. So I don't understand how there would be any way to service the equipment. And the reason to put it inside of an accessory structure is because of the salt water and the hurricanes. This way, this is a $15,000 system, basically, by the time you get finished, not counting the building. You don't want that exposed to the elements, and I don't think anybody in the neighborhood would want a roof that could lift open, because then if there is a hurricane, that becomes a projectile. This is going to be built to hurricane standards with straps and everything, a block structure. Everything is going to be built to withstand high winds because of the location. So, I don't really see how a 4-foot, I don't understand what the point would be to that. Not to mention the fact, as he stated, that the CFMs would build up, and it's going to blow the roof off, and it's going to blow off the doors, because you have to have area for it to all dissipate. So we're proposing gable vents at each end, louvered vents, and then also a ridge vent across the whole top to allow for maximum ventilation purposes, and probably having some type of a fan in there as well to pull it out, possibly a solar fan or a powered fan. We're not really sure yet because we haven't gotten that far. The architect is willing to work with us and suggest the best course of action for that, to get maximum ventilation and to not impact anyone. Also, the equipment's very loud, so having it enclosed in a block system, structure, is going to cut down on the noise. So that's in consideration of his neighbors as well, that they don't have to worry about anything flying at their house if there is a hurricane, and they don't have to hear the pumps running because they're loud. They're 4 horsepower, 2 of them. If you have a pool, you know how loud that equipment is. I don't think anybody wants to hear 2 4-horsepower. So that's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Could I ask what a CFM
Madam
is?
Chair, if I may, the code is clear. This isn't like a matter that's usually normally before the commission. The language in the code is clear. It's the appellant and other interested parties withstanding that have been permitted to intervene may present oral argument on the established record, but no new testimony or other evidence shall be taken. So this isn't a matter for the public to comment on because this is an appeal that's limited to the record before it. So because that, I mean, it's kind of like at a jury trial. I'm almost going to ask you to disregard the previous testimony if it's outside of the scope of what was heard before the Planning and Zoning Board.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll.
But could I ask what a CFM is? I'm sorry, I'm sure it's got something to do with fumes. Could I just ask what it is?
My world, it's cubic feet per minute. It's a fan exhaust rate, but I don't know. I think somebody referred to it as a noun. I don't think I've ever heard CFM as a noun, but anyway, it's not a CFM, but I think I heard somebody say that.
But is it giving off something? Is it giving off?
Per minute?
Cubic feet per minute. It's a measure of airflow. And so it's a fan's effectiveness is measured in its ability to move air, and that's usually measured in CFM.
Can I ask Mr. Mengel a question again?
Yes, please.
Clarify on the site plan about, we keep hearing about an accessory structure can go up to 12 feet. Where does that come from?
From our land development code, and so we do have a special portion of our code that talks about accessory structures in residential districts, and that if it's a height limitation that gives it a special rear setback. Accessory structures always observe the side setback, minimum side setback in the district, but it allows a separate, lesser rear setback. It's either 5 or 10 feet. I don't have the code in front of me. I think it may actually be 5 feet that the accessory structure could go, provided that it's less than 12 feet in height. If it's 12 feet or greater, then that accessory structure has to observe the rear setback of the district in which it is located.
It can't be attached. You went through that.
It can't. Also, in most residential districts, rear setback also from the structure accessory to the home has to be a minimum of 10 feet
Was
separation.
there any place on the side where it could be built?
Not on that, no, sir, because unless it's like a pump house, because we've had, and think about in the Mondex example that we've had, we readily have had basically a well cover. It's for your well, and that's typically going to be a 3 or 4 foot high covered structure that's there in your front yard that covers your well pump. And so those typically we see in the front yards. This one again, west side, the entirety is in the front yard setback.
Right, but is there a place in this, between the house and the property line, is there a place allowed, can you fit a 12-foot tall structure somewhere in there?
With the variance, yes, sir. Only with the variance.
Is there, I keep going back to the words minimum variance necessary. So has anything been stated as what is the minimum variance necessary in this instance?
I think the planning board was trying to do that when they did the 4 foot height. I think I don't think they had that necessarily coming back in their deliberations, but
Did the applicant submit anything that this is the minimum?
No, he's contended
variance
all along.
necessary.
He's contended all along that he needs more height. He needs more to allow utilization of his intended use. He has to have a greater height than 4 feet. I may take the chance too, while I have the opportunity. I don't know what a lean roof is. I know what a lean-to building is. I've never said lean roof. What I'm trying to describe to you is that the south elevation of the roof slope matches the front of the home. I get the gable end. I see it's 41 feet. We're not talking about a 41-foot gable end on this shed. We're not matching that, despite the testimony that says we're going to match it. I get it. You're going to have a gabled end on the west side, but the intent that I'm trying to express to you, slope, elevation, matching the front of the home on the south elevation. I get it. It's a gable. It's got a south end. It's got a north end. And it's going to match as far as the slope of the gable. I understand that. It's not going to be 41 feet. And again, I don't know what a lean roof is. I know what a lean-to building is. Lean-to is attached to something. That's not what this one is. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. Thank you.
Mr. Minkle, you may want to stand up. We'll go ahead and go through our options and discuss.
Well,
I think you may still have some more public comment. Maybe, right?
now, unless he's a party who's been allowed to intervene and
Right.
participate, I don't believe that we have had any parties intervene, that we don't have any interveners in this action.
I can't have public comment. Not on this one, because it's an appeal.
He's confused. Do you want to explain it to him why?
I can, that only those that had submitted comments for the record or made comments on the record at the planning board on September 9th have the ability to stand now as an intervener. They can emphasize the points that they have made previously. They should not provide new evidence, new testimony. They can emphasize what they had said previously, but only those who had either submitted an item for the record that you had in your first email compilation that we had, or those that had spoken on the record as reflected in the planning board minutes would be able to speak at today's proceeding. Say it correctly.
It's my understanding, and the way the code is written, also there, I mean, because it also has withstanding that have been permitted to intervene. So there's that added condition that they are also permitted to participate in this appeal. That basically would almost be as an interested party or an adversely affected party as part of the appeal. So it's not because this isn't a case of, you know, we're really, you're only supposed to, I almost feel like now I'm the judge giving you guys jury instructions. You guys are limited to the record before you and what the decision. Now, this is and I'm sitting here, my brain is racking, I'm getting a little bit of heartburn because the issue we have here is that the Planning and Zoning Commission or Board, they did not render a decision.
Effectively, yes.
So you do not have a decision to either affirm or overturn. So what you can do is you've heard the testimony of both the county staff and the applicant. And now you can determine if there is competent substantial evidence. I think the three criteria, I think you as a board can confidently render a decision or come to a decision that procedural due process was accorded. The property owner was given an opportunity to speak. He did present. There is no fundamental right to like multiple rebuttals. If the procedures for speaking were followed and he had an opportunity to speak, minimal procedural due process was accorded. Third is also that the essential requirements of the law have been observed. What we have is, did they follow the procedures? In the end, we still don't have a decision that was rendered. And then, so we're still stuck with the first part, which is whether their decision was supported by competent substantial evidence, except that there was no decision. So what you may be able to do is you've heard the testimony, and now you may be able to determine, is there enough competent substantial evidence to support the issuance of a variance or the denial of a variance, and then remand the matter back to the Planning and Zoning Board with instructions and direction to state that this commission has heard the testimony and has heard the evidence and finds that there is competent substantial evidence either to affirm or deny. And then the Planning Commission is going to have to proceed forward with that direction. And if there's 6 of them or 4 of them there, they have the direction that someone's going to have to vote 4-0 or 3-1 because the matter's been remanded back to them with the direction of this board that you have made that, you have heard the evidence presented and have found that it meets that decision. I just am uncomfortable with either affirming or reversing because there is no decision. I feel more comfortable with you reviewing the evidence and finding that you believe there may be competent substantial evidence and remanding it back to the Planning Commission, finding, hey, review this information, this evidence here seems to support this, take a look at this, and now render your decision, because there is no, you have no decision to affirm or deny. It was a procedural matter because it's, their motion was to actually approve the variance, and it failed. They could have made the motion to deny the variance, and it failed. So the denial was solely on a matter of procedure, not on an actual finding either way, one way or another. So there was no evidence one way or another to support any decision on their part. So I think it's advisable that the matter, I'm advising them, you can vote however you want, but I'm advising it's probably best to remand this matter back to them with direction that you, on what you have determined based on the evidence presented before you here tonight.
Based on what evidence?
Well, the testimony you've heard.
We believe, well, because they made no decision, that it was a split vote.
Right. There's no decision for you to
But
affirm or review.
we're 5, and we heard what we heard.
Mm-hmm.
We had pretty much the same presentations that they did.
Right.
So we can say that we would affirm
if you believe
that the variance should be granted.
If you believe there's competent substantial evidence to support the issuance of a variance, then you remand the matter back to the Planning and Zoning Commission to examine this matter based on your findings that there appears to be competent substantial evidence for them to actually render the decision, which is within their purview. They're the body that actually renders this decision for them to make that decision. Or if they come back and then actually render a decision denying it, then it can properly come back before you to then decide whether to affirm or reverse.
Okay. I have a question. Bear with me. So we had an initial variance request that was approved, the first one.
Correct.
Then a second variance request came back to modify that.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to read some of this. The requested variances were for side street setback variance from the minimum required 25-foot side street setback and a 1.2% lot coverage variance % more than previously approved. The increase in the lot coverage due to the proposed pump house dimensions, which is a floor area dimension.
They got bigger, yes, sir.
The approval of the new variance request would supersede the previous requests. So the actual variance was for floor dimensional setbacks and an impervious calculation for increased impervious.
Original variance had setbacks, minimum setbacks, floor area, and I think I had it all in the cover, in the titling. And so that when the subsequent application came in, only the 2 changes were being sought. The additional allowance for additional square footage for the increase in the size of the pump house.
Yeah, there was, and I'll read for you. The planning board's original order granted a 25-foot side street setback variance from the minimum 25. For a pool deck, a 3.459 rear yard setback variance from the minimum required, and a 23-foot side street setback, an 82% variance limited, 35% lot coverage. So that was the original, as
Correct.
I'm reading it. And then they came back to change 2 of them.
That's right.
The original variance said nothing about, but they added, subject to a condition that the house be within the walled area. So just say for discussion, the variances were all for dimensional setback sides plus an impervious lot coverage.
Yes, sir.
So where does the condition to apply the 4-foot arbitrarily come in if it's not part of the other, if it's not really part of the variance? Because the variances were strictly for lot coverage and for dimensional measurements.
I think because the building is within a front yard.
Okay, so then would it not have been added that it was, that was an additional variance?
I don't know if we had a discussion of height before we got into the planning board that would have talked about the height. I don't think we had that discussion. I don't recall. And so that maybe we assumed wrong that
The way it reads, it's just thrown in there, and
Yes, sir.
it's not tied to anything that I can go back to the. So if I'm going to remand it back, I'm going to get that clarified. That would be my issue to get clarified is tying that arbitrary 4-foot to a part of the land development code.
You cannot place a 12-foot high structure. You cannot place a 35-foot high. You cannot, well, let's leave it at 35 because that's a height limitation in the residential districts, within a required minimum front setback without a variance.
I agree. I think, and this was an initial, if I look at their request and the variance that's being appealed today, it was solely asking for a 22.34 foot setback from the side street and a 1.2% lot coverage variance, period. I think it's within your purview, based on the other information that's sought, to remand this back to include as well what they're seeking is an additional variance to allow for a 12-foot high accessory structure within said setback. And now they would have to consider whether that meets the criteria for the issuance of a variance as basically a third variance, and they would have to be justified. So then the applicant will have to now bring that back before to justify, in addition, the 12-foot high accessory structure, whether it meets the 5 criteria for a variance as the setbacks and as lot coverage. So there would, in essence, be 3 variances that are being requested. And now let that go to the Planning Commission for their review.
Like the famous movie Never Ending Story. So then we have an opportunity now where before we didn't have these graphics, if you remember, at the first variance. And so we didn't have the benefit of these with any inkling of height as far as an elevation. So now I'll offer up that the builder's testimony, great news. We can have the builder's testimony admitted at the planning board. Because that way now it can go on the record where before it has not been able to, because here at the appellant level, we can't hear it.
And I would say that they set the 4 feet without knowing that it was the minimum variance necessary.
Well, I think they probably did it as a condition that would be consistent with the code not needing a variance. So it would meet
That's
the
what I
variance requirements of the setbacks, and it would meet the variance requirement of the lot coverage, but being at 4 feet, that would not require a variance, because it would then be consistent with the existing code. Am I correct?
Correct.
That's
It
where
should-
the condition lies.
But then the new variance has to be tied to the minimum variance necessary, not what I request or what I want, but it has to be tied in engineering and architectural standards to the minimum variance necessary. Not what you want, but what's necessary to accomplish the goal.
I'll foreshadow any decision. If there's a filter cover that's got to be removed, then you think it'd be the height of the filter plus the height of the filter cover, and then that would give you your minimum clearance. Or if there's, again, CFM requirement for the amount of airflow that you have to have some clear area above this mechanical equipment, perhaps expert testimony can be provided on the record at planning board that reflects that. I think I like where you're heading.
A motion to...
I was going to say, it dawned on me, I just went, we don't get a lot of variances or discussions on it.
Goodness.
So we do have a variance specific to height. There's a lot of people who want to pass the 4-foot height because they put up a 6 or 8 after the fact and didn't follow rules. It's a little different, but there is a specific variance just on height that we allot them to come in front of the board for. So if that height was not taken into consideration during the variances,
Throw your slide that says the option to remand back.
I don't know if that's even as good as it should be, because the more I looked at it, I think it was still borrowing off of the previous item, but I think you just, remanding is good. Remanding is good, is in good shape. But then what you're doing there, I think, is probably, as you've heard from the county attorney, we have due process and observing the essential requirements of law, that because of the tie vote, and there's substantial or competent substantial evidence for the consideration of the board, the Board of County Commissioners would remand it back for the consideration of the competent substantial evidence.
But the wording in 3 says remand the variance denial.
That's what
back.
we were wondering.
There wasn't according to our lawyer, there was no denial.
That's the way it was
denied
presented
because
to
of
us, though.
because of the tie vote.
Well, then
So
why can't we
procedural.
just vote on the appeal?
They didn't make a decision.
It
They-
says
they never made a
variance
decision on
denial.
It was a procedural denial.
It's
It
a
was-
procedural denial. When
No
a
findings.
motion doesn't receive a vote because you have a tie, the motion simply fails. So it's not that it's not a decision of denial. It's just that there's no motion. The motion fails to proceed, so there's no action. Now you may proceed to affirm a decision and grant the variance. I'm just giving you my advice is that because there was no decision made below, plus we have the outstanding issue of the height of the accessory structure, which was simply treated as a condition, almost as if the variance was given a condition of approval. We're going to give you this variance
I'd say yes.
under the condition that this accessory structure that we're giving you the variance for is going to have to be 4 feet tall, because that doesn't need a variance. And he's coming here to appeal that he needs 12. The problem is that was never the request before the Planning and Zoning Board below. So if that is something that is going to be needed, I think that has to be remanded back for the Planning and Zoning Board to actually decide whether or not a variance to a 12-foot height for the accessory structure meets the requirements for a variance.
How would you like me to phrase that motion, please?
I think if you want to remand, then you move to remand the request back to remand the matter back to the Planning and Development Board. I'm used to so many different boards I've represented. Planning and Development Board for further proceedings on the matter and then your direction is to decide on the application of the variance. Your direction is to determine now whether or not you want to determine whether that you found that there's enough evidence to support a variance for the side setback and for the lot coverage. If you believe one way or another, then you can direct the Planning and Development Board. We found that there was enough evidence to support that, so we're going to give you direction to follow that. But we need you to decide whether or not the height of the accessory structure, that has to be reviewed. You can send it back to them to say, we believe there's enough evidence to find a variance for the 2, but the height needs to be reviewed, and then have that go back and review the height of the accessory structure for consistency with the code for consistency for a variance.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to remand the variance denial back to the Planning and Development Board for further proceedings with direction on reviewing the height of the accessory structure and for compliance with the land development code?
Or that a variance of the height of the accessory structure to 12 feet meets the requirements for a variance,
9, 10.
or whatever the height was. I'm not,
Okay.
just heard 12, whatever the height is.
Yeah.
And also to, I don't know, is there an
We
opportunity?
agree with all the
to-
other variances.
Is there an opportunity to put in there that it's the minimum variance necessary is?
Well, that's one of the criteria for a
Okay.
variance. So it has to be consistent with your variance. So
Did
that's
you
one of the
guys
five.
get that?
Understood, thank you.
Yeah, I apologize. Mr. Rodriguez, after the motion is formed, are we to vote on it without public comment or?
No, it's because this is a direct appeal of a decision of a lower body, you are acting as an appellate
Right.
court. So it's not a
Have
trial where you're
public.
taking in new evidence. You are simply reviewing the evidence presented below. And only those parties that were a party to the appeal and those that have been permitted to intervene and present that evidence can present the evidence before it. That's how the code reads.
It's not quasi judicial. We're acting as an appellate.
No, but
9C.
9C.
Quasi judicial.
It does say that on the agenda.
does.
Right,
Unfortunately.
it is quasi-judicial because what you are doing is you are sitting as triers both of fact and the law. So you're sitting as a quasi-judicial board. However, the rules, for lack of a better term, the rules of engagement, though, are different because the code dictates who is permitted to present the evidence. It's quasi-judicial, but not like a rezoning hearing where you're taking information and testimony and gathering the information from the public. Because you're not in a fact-finding mission here, you are reviewing the matter in an appellate capacity limited to the record before that was previously argued. So it is a limited fact-finding mission. It's a limited fact-finding scope. And that, as the code determines, that's what makes it limited.
We don't do a lot of these, and I can't remember if we did anything for the public on the last one, but I'm going to second his motion.
If I can make it the best way to do it in layman's terms, this isn't a trial where you're cross-examining witnesses. This is being before the Supreme Court, and you do not bring witnesses to testify before the Supreme Court or a district court of appeals. Only the law is argued. So this is where we're at. This is the difference. So,
Sir? No,
Can't
sir.
talk.
We can't have you talking.
Okay, so I seconded the motion, Leanne.
Do you want to read it or shall I? Okay, so the motion was to remand the variance denial back to the Planning and Development Board for further proceedings with direction on clarifying the height of the accessory structure. Help me out. Period.
well, you also want you need the it's remanded back for their decision on the it's remanded back for them to make a determination on the actual application because they haven't made one. Plus,
But that'll happen.
well, I think it's safer to make it clear that remand the matter back to the Planning and Development Board for reconsideration of the reconsideration of the variance, plus an additional request for the increase of the height of the accessory structure to whatever the height the applicant has requested, and that variance meets the criteria for a variance under the code.
Okay. Did you get that, Pam? Okay, I have to clarify. I'm sorry. Okay.
And I'm going to second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Dance, a second by Ms. Carney, and I'm going to ask
And
the
just make sure that I have amended the motion to reflect what has been transcribed. And then you can second.
I'll second the amended motion.
We have a motion and a second for the amended motion. Could you do a roll call vote?
Commissioner Richardson?
Hanson.
I'm not first ever. Pam, yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Aye.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes.
Commissioner Dance?
Aye.
Okay. So 9C passes to be remanded back to the planning board.
Okay.
For as confusing as the school ordeal was. Moving on to county administrator reports and comments. There will be a community. Thank you.
sir.
Ms. Petito, good evening.
Good evening. I'll try to be quick as possible. Administration toured the Putnam County Animal Shelter on January 5th in Palatka to review their construction methods, identify some of the challenges, and discuss their lessons learned. Their feedback did help develop a hybrid design option for the consideration when we come to meet with the City of Palm Coast. Later that day, we met with the Animal Shelter Task Force to finalize the materials for the joint workshop, which is scheduled for January 29th. We met with FDOT representatives regarding the State Road 11, County Road 304 roundabout, focusing on additional signage and some landscape alternatives. FDOT is going to review the options internally and then return back to us with an updated plan within the next 1 to 2 months. Some of the challenge with that is that it is being maintained by FDOT and there's no irrigation. So you're kind of limited on what you can grow out there, but they are going to take a look at that. We held our bi-monthly meeting with the clerk of court staff to discuss operational matters, progress on the annual audit, year-end closeout, and grant activity. We conducted one-on-one meetings with the commissioners last Tuesday and Wednesday to gather policy project priorities ahead of today's workshop. And then following up on those discussions, I shared with you that fiscal year 27 budget briefing, which outlines potential legislative scenarios in Tallahassee and their impacts on Flagler, as well as our initial considerations for what I believe would be our Plan B. We attended the Northeast Florida Regional Council Annual Award Luncheon last Thursday, where the county received an Environmental Stewardship Award in recognition of the board's leadership in acquiring and managing environmentally sensitive lands. We held a joint planning kickoff meeting last Friday with the City of Palm Coast and Polco to prepare for our biennial community survey. Survey questions will be finalized by January 23rd, with results expected in late March, early April. The survey will provide valuable community input to inform on our budget and strategic plan. I shared with you our FAQ on Senate Bill 636 last Friday. It was developed by staff, reviewed by our lobbyists, and then vetted by Senator Leake's office. This document is available for distribution outside of our organization. Committee will meet tomorrow at 1:30, where Senator Leake will introduce the Senate Bill 636 for the first time. I met with the airport director last week, and we are pleased to report that we will have a new airport website being launched in February. Our airport master plan consultant will also be releasing a public-facing website dedicated to the master plan and its process. We are actively working with 5 new business prospects at the airport, and we anticipate bringing forward a lease agreement in February, which will represent about a $5 to $6 million investment into the airport. Additionally, in response to resident concerns, we have reevaluated our voluntary noise abatement procedures. We met with Phoenix East Aviation in December, and we met with the tower manager last week. We have some new measures that took effect yesterday on January 11th. Flight schools are now instructed to fly 1 nautical mile before turning to avoid overflight of homes and repetitive flight training, such as touch and goes. And touch and goes are no longer going to be permitted on Sundays or holidays. While it may take time to fully implement these changes, we are optimistic that they will provide some meaningful improvement. And then today, the Army Corps of Engineers provided an update on the Flagler Beach Project Information Report following a request for a status update. Some of the key points, all of the field surveys and data quality checks have been finalized. The full data set has been delivered to the engineering team for pre- and post-storm volume analysis. The draft project information report has been completed and it's currently undergoing legal review. The engineering team is going to finalize and quality check the pre- and post-volume calculations by January 16th. And then we're hoping that we'll have a decision. January 23rd should be a either go or no-go decision to determine whether or not the emergency renourishment is warranted in Flagler Beach. The Corps will notify stakeholders immediately once the decision has been made, but I did share this information with you as well as the city manager for Flagler Beach. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. County Attorney.
All right, I will be brief. Last Wednesday, we had a mediation on the Hammock Harbor litigation, and I am pleased to report that we have achieved a tentative settlement in the case. It's, of course, the settlement is going to be contingent on your approval. I will be meeting with you individually to outline what the terms of the settlement are based on just the course that this litigation was going to take and the amount of time. I believe that we probably got the best deal we could get out on the part of the county, but most importantly, it ends what would have been very timely and very costly federal litigation. I hope to bring the matter for your ratification at the February commission meeting. It was an all-day mediation, and usually mediations are great when both sides kind of come out, but when the plaintiff came out and he actually said, "I did not think we were going to get this thing done. I can't believe it." But we actually got him to agree and to agree to a settlement of the case. So I think it was a very worthwhile endeavor. So that's one less case. The second item, I don't know if we want to discuss this now or do you want to save it for one of your reports, but that would be to kind of dovetail from our workshop. I guess I could request for a date for a special meeting of the county commission to discuss the request to initiate the state's dispute resolution in regards to the annexation-related matter, which would, the beginning would actually be more related to their comprehensive plan amendment, because that would be the subject matter of the first leg. And one of the things we were actually discussing in between this meeting is, as this progresses and we're at the same time at this special meeting, I think we can both try to work on getting the resolution out and at the same time getting the scope of what our arguments will be for their second reading of their annexation. And then as that progresses, I think it would be best to then kind of bring in and consolidate that challenge into this so we can have one, have it all be decided as one procedure. Because I think probably the best way to have this matter resolved is to have both collegiate bodies in one room discussing the matter and coming to a resolution. That's the intent of the statute in order to have it be done prior to litigation. So at this point, I think if you want to try to coordinate what's the best date to have the special meeting, and then I can I'll help assist in getting the agenda prepared, and then we'll begin the process of drafting the resolution and the beginning initiate the process to begin the dispute resolution procedures.
Okay. So do you want to wait to address that in commission or comments, or you want to address it now before we go out to community outreach?
I want to workshop it
Yeah,
with
we
a
can do it
special
now.
meeting.
Might as well just do it now.
Okay, so so the ask is, if first, if we want to go ahead and move forward, and I apologize, I had it written down specific to to the item. Do we want to move forward with it? If so, do we want to set a special meeting to discuss
I
it?
think we should preferably is workshop it.
Do we
only-
have time to?
Well, I mean, you have to look at everybody's schedule no matter what you're going to, I don't know about the timeline, but otherwise you're doing the workshop, preferably do the workshop and then the thing I hate, which is going to the meeting.
Well, I think that's,
Here's
I
the
agree with,
thing.
I
Here's the
think.
So that's, I mean, that's kind of what you have to do.
We need to
in
do a
this
workshop
instance.
followed by a meeting.
Right.
First of all, there was a timeline, if I recall, right? Like a 30-day window.
Well, if we're not going to, I would like to protect the county's rights.
Right.
And still, if I have to file my action with the Division of Administrative Hearings, have that filed within the 30-day window. That means that I have to file something with DOA by February 8th. So that's my drop dead. I file that, and then the next day I'll just, the next, DOA is, the 8th is actually a Friday. That Monday I can file a motion to abate and abate the matter while we proceed forward with any of the dispute resolution.
And if we were doing a resolution, do we need a 10-day notice window?
No, resolutions do not require any prior notice like ordinances. So that's why if you want to have it a workshop, it might not necessarily even have it a workshop. If you have it as a special meeting where it's all discussed, then at the end, you can actually have the action, vote on it, and the effect of your vote is the resolution, which is basically the memorialization of your action to initiate the proceedings.
In the past, we would workshop and then recess to a meeting.
Well,
And it
we
would
just-
all be
It
advertised.
shows up as a workshop, then we immediately roll over to the,
right.
to the
Exactly.
special meeting.
That's what we ought to do.
Yeah, we could do
could
that
do
as
that?
well.
Okay.
As long as if we do them on the same day, that would be ideal.
Yes.
But I do think for transparency, a lot of times we do that because we don't know if we're going to go to a meeting or not. It's probably better if it's advertised as a workshop and a meeting, both. And the meeting can be right after, immediately following, so we don't have to set times, but.
We could pass the resolution.
I have to look at the calendars.
No, we need a couple of, if we're doing this as a workshop, rolling to a special meeting, we need a couple-day window. And he needs time to work on it. So do we?
Yeah, we're in Tallahassee the 20th, the 21st.
Is anybody staying up there on the 22nd? If not, maybe we can do it on the 22nd.
So the 22nd is their City of Flagler Beach meeting to discuss East Side annexation. It's at night.
So we need to,
It's at night. But
So
I don't,
they'll-
it doesn't
they'll know our
appear as though,
action
it
and-
doesn't appear as though the attorney is going to take that
I
issue.
didn't, if we do it the 22nd,
Well, we're trying to come up because I think there's an issue with the chambers actually being physically available
oh, got it.
until the 27th.
What? No.
Well, let's do it during the day.
Paint
Why
and
do we
lighting.
have to have a workshop at night?
No, the building is that there's.
Well, that's right, we're
the lighting
renovating.
and renovating and painting of the actual structure
In here?
in here.
Well, EOC?
It could, but the 27th is the first day that it would work,
But
and
we'll
that
be
should be
missing the Flagler
that
Beach
should
meeting,
that's
right?
sufficient time for.
I don't know. I don't know.
That's fine.
The 27th?
27th of January.
I mean, I've got
Tuesday.
a doctor's appointment to reschedule, but that's fine.
How about we make it a 5 o'clock? Would that be okay with you? I couldn't imagine this taking
Yeah,
more than
that's
an
fine.
hour. That way you don't have to reschedule appointments.
I'm fine.
Yeah, because I got a doctor's appointment too, so that works awesome.
All right. Is everybody okay with the 5 o'clock
There you
on the
go.
27th for a workshop followed by a special meeting? At 5 o'clock on 27th.
So on the 27th, we're not too late if we have any issue with a first reading on annexation of the east side?
When's their second reading scheduled?
No. Okay, so we have annexation on the west side. that we're disputing some of the comp plan problems.
Right. The annexation, the west side is complete. So that would, we are simply now, that we would be disputing their comprehensive plan amendment for the west side.
Okay.
So the east side second reading is what's scheduled.
Well,
That's
right
what's coming
now,
up, I
right
think.
now, the first reading is the 22nd. So the second reading would be the 12th of February.
Which will be fine, because then if we can still, we can present our arguments at the second reading and still be fine on the record.
Okay.
For any challenge after that. And then we would ideally, after the second reading and after they adopt it, if we were to file a challenge, I would then consolidate that case and bring it into the dispute resolution as well, so that it can all be decided under one universal settlement.
Okay. So do we believe this facility to be available?
Are we clear with the school board?
What's a Tuesday? Probably not.
They meet here.
They're the fourth
We
Tuesday.
could meet earlier.
They're the fourth Tuesday at 1 here. So. So they would be meeting here at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Then we're going at 5, but we don't know that they'll be over.
School board's at 6 on the 27th, but
Oh, really?
we can be done we can go at 1 and we'll be done.
I think we need a, how about the 28th at 5? I think 5 o'clock is best.
Okay. Okay.
We're good on
28
that
works.
date. 28th, 5 PM.
28th?
Yeah. You're clear? I'm sure you're
Okay, I'm good.
I'm good. 5 PM. Here. Workshop, special meeting to follow. For Bulow. Okay. If we can move on to item 10C for community outreach. This is a 30-minute time period. It's been allocated for public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. Speakers should approach the podium, identify themselves, and direct comments to the board. Oh, she mean.
Jackie O'Connell, Mockingbird Lane. I would like clarification for the benefit of the community, please. I received a public notice that said there was going to be an appeal and that I would have the opportunity to attend and express my opinion. And that was not afforded to me tonight. And I would just like to understand, why did I get a notice from you all that says I could express my opinion and yet I could not? I think the entire community would be beneficial to get a clarification on that.
Thank you. We will take that. I'll get with Mr. Mingle to get you and Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you.
To find out about that.
RJ Santori, hi. Thank you for scheduling that meeting, so some of my comments might be redundant, but since I prepared it, I'll go anyway. I live in Flagler Beach. I grew up in the Woodlands. Our family owns a fireworks company in unincorporated Bunnell on County Road 305 since 1974. I'm here tonight because I'm fighting to add real protections to Bulow Creek. I'm fighting to hold developers to the water wars agreements and shift the financial burden away from the residents and back to where they belong. It's my objective to ensure these safeguards are established so that the future generations of this county can continue to benefit from them. I spoke at the workshop, and I'm here again tonight to respectfully renew the same request that the county initiate the Chapter 164 intergovernmental dispute resolution process regarding the Summertown actions by the City of Flagler Beach and the county's concerns about compliance with the Water Wars Agreement. Here's why this matters. First, this is exactly the kind of issue Chapter 164 was made for. This isn't a neighborhood dispute, it's government to government. It involves water, reused water, and long-term service obligations. If there is a real disagreement about compliance with recorded agreements, the public deserves a structured process that gets answers in writing and reduces confusion. Second, the public trust piece is real. In the past, when citizens raise objections to major development, People weren't scared to speak publicly. And when the community felt heard, we showed up. We filled the Hilton Garden Inn. Residents were engaged because they care, not because they're anti-growth. When people feel they may be punished for speaking up, participation drops. Chapter 164 is a way to move these disputes into a formal, documented channel that protects the process and protects the public record. Third, Bulow Creek can't be an afterthought or a handshake. A conservation acquisition that depends on a separate negotiation is not a guarantee. If the county and developer can't reach an agreement, that deal can fall apart. And if it falls apart, residents need to know what binding protections remain. The city could have added stronger backstop protections, like additional buffers or clearer limitations tied to the creek in case an acquisition doesn't happen. They chose not to. That leaves the public with uncertainty, and uncertainty is not a plan. Bulow Creek floodplains, the wetlands, the aquifer recharge area is worth fighting for. So my request is simple, and it sounds like you already scheduled the date, but please direct the county attorney to move forward with a Chapter 164 intergovernmental dispute, specify the issues in dispute, and set a clear path for conflict resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tanner.
Chairperson, John Tanner, attorney for Preserve Flagler Beach and Bulow Creek, Inc., nonprofit. I have a few concerns, and it I'm just a little behind where it all was occurring. I'm not certain that even with stipulation, and council is much more experienced in land development law than I am, as is certainly Mr. Mengel. But I know that jurisdiction sometimes cannot be waived, and I'm not certain in this case. But I would like some assurance from the county that if, in fact, because this is now being delayed past the 30 days, that somehow the people of Flagler County, as well as the county, would lose their day in court and not have due process. And, you know, we're all about due process in this country. It's one of the foundations of our freedoms. But the request for the resolution conflict application, that's the Florida Government Conflict Resolution Act, is state law, and the purpose is to settle cases without litigation. When we go to this workshop, we're not going to know really much, if any more than we know right now. We don't know if the developer is going to abide by the Water Wars Agreement, and it's one of the major concerns because in that agreement, it requires the developer to pay for the reuse water plant, design, build, permit, and put in operation. But we've not been able to find anything so far in the documents indicating that's what's happening. We're concerned that perhaps, but we have no evidence because we don't have a method of discovery. We're not getting any documents that are showing us anything. We have no evidence that perhaps the city of Flagler Beach has decided to not follow the Water Wars Agreement and pay for the water reuse plant themselves. And that would, in effect, be a several million, maybe $47 million gift to the developer. And that burden would fall on the taxpayers of Flagler Beach. If, in fact, that plus I think there's an additional $10 million they're borrowing for a total of $57 million, it will result in $3,150,000 every year paid by the citizens of Flagler Beach, who also happen to be Flagler County citizens, for 20 years. So there's some significant harm out here that we can't even identify because we don't have any way to have discovery. We don't have a lawsuit going. So we believed that this dispute resolution process is intended to open up both sides. We can tell them what we're concerned about, what we're looking for, what we'd like to do, where we could go, and let them tell us what they have, what they intend to do, how many houses they have. There's not even a map showing the distribution of houses. We know that they're looking for something in the neighborhood of 400 to 800% more dwellings than were allowed under the PUD. So we're looking at a major, absolute seismic change, and we don't know what's happening. The citizens don't know what happened. Where is the map?
Thank you, Mr. Chan.
So we're concerned about that delay. We'd like, one, perhaps, and the county attorney will tell us, I hope, the county can guarantee that they will not oppose, in fact, will support the citizens and support the county itself if jurisdiction is lost, and not invoke a jurisdictional bar so that we can go forward with the dispute resolution processes, which I think we ought to be right now, which is in everyone's benefit. It's due process for everyone. Isn't that what we want? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner.
And thank you
We'll
again.
find out, we'll talk to
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
State your name.
Raymond Royer. Due process. That word just keeps coming up in this county. All right. One thing I need to have explained to me, there was a due process that I had the right to withdraw before I have that ruling on me. But what's the time limit? I mean, I want to make sure I'm within is there a 2-hour limit that I'm allowed to withdraw before I go in front of this new?
Oh, Mr. Royer, we can't, it's this comment period is for items not on the agenda.
Okay. Well, then, and again, due process, I don't want any shadows over my process. I wish my neighbors would have had the opportunity like they had said before. She was allowed to talk, so.
She asked a question about a letter that came in, so.
Yeah, that letter pertained to my file.
Well, I apologize
So-
for allowing that to come through, but
Yeah.
if you have anything you'd like to discuss not on the agenda, we can do that so we can move through.
All right.
It's been a long day, sir. We have a lot of
The
staff
thing is,
back
where
here.
would I get that answer then from building and code? Where's that information then that I'm looking for?
Adam.
Adam.
Poor
Okay.
Adam.
I'll talk to Adam. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Come back for commission reports. First, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Tanner brought up a 30-day window to file. Are we going to be within the 30-day window? Is that from the 8th of January? Correct?
Yeah, that's.
We should be, we're going to be within, we're in about 20 days.
Yeah,
So it should give us plenty of time.
What I stated, just in the overabundance of caution, I will file, if directed to do so by the commission, I'll file a petition for administrative hearing and then simultaneously ask the matter to be abated so that it will be held in abeyance while we proceed forward with the dispute resolution procedures.
No.
Wait, sir.
No.
We'll take it
That's it.
offline. You need that direction from us this evening, correct? Do you?
Can't go forward.
You'll just go ahead and file.
Right, that would be, we'll bring that in a special meeting, that's where I'll get that, so.
Okay.
And I'll still be sufficient time.
We're going. Let's just go for commission reports, and then I'll discuss what I think. Ms. Richardson? You got to turn your microphone on, please.
On too? Okay. It's been 12 hours of my life and 12 hours for all these people back here. So thank you for hanging in there. You guys are fabulous. Appreciate the way this meeting was handled. We had a lot of delicate issues, and it was professional, kind, and thanks everybody for hanging in there and being patient with our needs to make sure we do things correctly. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for giving us guidance when we need it. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson?
I have nothing other than it's good to be healthy again.
Yes,
Yes.
amen.
It's good to be
Amen.
healthy again, that I could actually withstand 12 hours of this.
Yeah, he did it. He did it.
Sorry.
He did it. Fantastic.
Mr. Dance.
All right. First, I want to thank Ms. Petito for bringing up the airport issues so I didn't have to at the end of the meeting. So thank you for doing that. There's been a lot of work behind those. So I'm anxious to get the word out that we've made some accommodations, and I do appreciate the work that staff did on that. Just in follow-up with some of what Mr. Tanner said and where we're heading with the special meeting. The time we're going to allocate now is for Mr. Rodriguez, I think, to catch up on some of what Sarah brought back from the meeting. You'll have to get with the attorney in Flagler Beach, Drew Smith, because he countered everything you said up here tonight. So, what's this thing about two attorneys? I don't know. But it's, that's what we'll get done in the meantime is looking at all that stuff and finding out what we got left. Do want to thank the commission for your backing up all the work we did to get that regional award for the environmentally sensitive lands. Really do think that is critically important, and I look forward to getting work on the renewal of that referendum so we can continue the momentum. There's a clause in the airport lease. I don't know if bear with me, this may need consensus, but what we did with through this process of granting additional time for the airport lease was really accommodating an unforeseen circumstances. But now that we've seen the unforeseen, I believe we can make accommodations in our lease agreements to be able to quantify this in advance and establish something in the lease agreements so that we're not doing some of this fly by the pants afterwards. So I don't know if I need consensus to bring that to the legal to look at in future leases.
Well, I guess that's a great topic because this is, how did it get to the point where they went past the renovations they needed to do without the board, I guess, being notified of it, that there would be an amendment to the lease? How did it get to the part where they had extra remediation for the property that was allowed,
Well, uncovering is what.
I know, so they uncover it, but when shouldn't that at that point been let's stop, let's bring it back to the board? They have issues that exceed what was normally in their lease, and they will want an accommodation for the procedure, for what they have to do.
I'm not going back and rehashing that. I'm thinking if we have something.
Well, I think that should be. I hear what you're saying for the future, but and this is not about Mr. Wright or anybody, but we have these restaurants, and they're all, we have people who we make these lease agreements, and if they find that they're going to be doing more above and beyond what the lease called for, and they're going to want an accommodation to their lease, I think the board should be notified of that, because we have to sign off on that. But we got to the end and they did $1 million worth of remediation, and somebody made an agreement with them, and it wasn't this board, to extend out their lease. We had no choice but to do it because it cost them above and beyond what they needed to do.
Well, there were other options. We could have paid them, but that's not what we wanted to do.
But we didn't find that out as a board and discuss it, though, right?
Well,
That's
we
all
can
I'm
go
saying.
down that. I'm just saying, what I see is we can make something in the lease that.
I understood that, but I'm just saying, I don't know how this one got to that point without the board discussing it. And then probably in that discussion, we could have come to what you're saying tonight, but.
But I don't know in a lease that you can figure out all those scenarios. So there's leases at the airport right now on hangars that there's an argument to push those leases out to 50 years or 30 years. Those are all options. So when the lease is negotiated, how do we know what it's going to, how did we possibly know what that renovation was going to cost? Actually, you didn't. We never would have figured that out, right?
No, but it would have started, and I guess, right, so I wrote some stuff down. Let's see if I can get to the point where,
I mean, what's going to happen with the lease? What's going to happen with the restaurant at Bing's Landing? That could turn into a total nightmare. If we're not updated and we're not given the opportunity to openly discuss anything that's happening to the negative, I mean, all the positives, great, but we can't then make a decision on what to give the leasee. We're the leaseor, so I don't think you could possibly write anything in the lease that would capture every single airport issue.
well, the point was to standardize lease provisions for county-owned facilities that address extraordinary or unforeseen tenant capital investments. The provisions would define thresholds, documentation requirements, and limited forms of relief, such as term extension or amortized rent or credits, other things. So that provision would give would kickstart that negotiation and start documenting the improvements from that point. Suggestion, I don't know if you want to give that to legal to work on, to try and fix that loophole, or?
And it might fix the loophole that the lease is provision to say any changes come to the board for approval of if you get to, I don't know, it's late at night and to think this out, but I don't know how it got to where it got without the board deciding, yeah, we'll allow them to go forward and remediate, and we see
Is it because there was no provision, Andy, do you think? It's because there was no provision for that?
They just
I'm guessing that
show
there
up
is.
one day and say, like, we went above and beyond, and therefore we get 10 more years or whatever, is that how did it happen to extend out the lease and end on the consent agenda?
Or at least,
without the
I
board
guess
talking about
I
it.
brought it up to see if there was consensus to have legal look at how we avoid this in the future. That's it.
That's probably the better, like,
'Cause
I
it
think
is
that's
late
the
at
better, and if it ends up being something to amend in the lease,
Right.
then yeah.
Okay.
But at a bare minimum, that's like just the sort of thing, 'cause you don't want to wake up and find out tomorrow that, your tenant says at Bull Creek, hey, the floor fell through, so I put in terrazzo tile, and it cost me X amount of dollars, and could I have my lease extended like they did over at Landing Strip? You know what I mean? Because, I don't know where that conversation, would that have been an administrator thing to negotiate that, or us, because we had already agreed to one lease, and it's amending that lease. So, okay. So we'll
That's
just,
it. Thank you very much.
sorry, it's late. I just decided that this board doesn't do all-day meetings well. It goes like 12. Ms. Carney?
Yeah, well, I'm going to throw another glitch at you.
No more public comment, Mr. Tanner.
He's coming to get you
Yes,
later.
I'm not going to make a public comment. but-
Well, you're speaking.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's, you can speak to us after the meeting.
Yeah, after the meeting. sir.
After the meeting.
Well, if I don't give a proper,
Mr. Tanner,
may I make
No,
a
sir.
I'm just going to make.
Sir,
Motion to
let's-
adjourn?
Let's just get through our commissioner comments, because we have a staff, they got to go home. It's 8:30 at night. They've been here since 7. So I appreciate it, but I'll talk to you afterwards, and if it's something we need to handle in another meeting, we can.
At least deny.
But he's still gonna talk.
Deny the right to take a proffer. Then I can have something
Yes.
to work with if I get sandbagged on the other side. Just, if you deny the proffer, that gives you the basis to have due process.
I'm not listening.
And let's just go through, I'll address this in a minute. Let's go through to Ms. Carney. Do you have comments? Ms. Carney?
I do. I have, I'm going to be asking this board a very difficult decision, but I am not one that, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything, and I'm surely not going to ask for an extension. But I have I have a problem in that I lack confidence in our administrator. And I have put it in writing. I have watched actions and behavior since an evaluation that I openly suggested was a exercise in futility. And I need to wait for Pam Richardson to come out of the bathroom, if you don't mind. So we need to wait. There you go. Okay, have a seat. So, as a board, we need to move this county in a very aggressive, very forward-acting direction. And I don't see that happening. I am basically stating a lack of support for Mrs. Petito, and I am actually going to make a motion to terminate her agreement and contract with our county. That's my motion. I know it's bad timing. I know we've all been here. I can't continue to work at my level feeling the way I do and being treated the way I'm treated. So, if any of you feel the way you did when you did the evaluation, I would like you to support why we can't do this.
Well, we can't act on a motion.
Yes, we can. I've already talked to the attorney. I can make a motion during commission comments, and we can vote on a motion during commission comments.
You need support.
All right.
And it's bad faith and it lacks transparency.
Why?
Because it does. It's on its face. It
Where is the
doing it
lack
at
of
the end of a meeting when nobody's in attendance and nobody knows about it. It lacks transparency.
Well, who does she report to?
The board.
All right.
And we report to the public.
Right? Well, I made a motion. I've done the research that it's not a it can be done. Why would we put something on the agenda so that we can get, it doesn't matter. I understand the transparency thing, but I disagree in the fact that it has to be workshopped, then brought to the public. This is our employee that reports to us. It's somebody who has, anyway, that's my motion.
Okay. Can I make some comments in general?
What?
I'd like to make a few comments or whatever. Okay. So my urine has never changed, but that's for different reasons. But I was really clear in my urine that I didn't think that there was not a role here for Ms. Petito. I think there absolutely could be a role here for Ms. Petito. So it's not something that I would want to see happen as a direct termination of her right now. So that's kind of where I land. Am I happy? No. I think I've gotten to a point now where I witness our staff is afraid to make recommendations to us because they don't know how we're going to react. We have, I hate to say this word, but we have decision constipation. We can't make decisions up here anymore. Everyone's spinning in reels. She's gotten to a point now because of the way we've done our year ends and just how unhappy in general some of us are, that she's afraid to make recommendations because we're not going to, if we're going to react to her recommendations, because they're not going to be what we want. And maybe the knowledge of how to take us forward, it might not be there any longer because there's only so much you can do with the type of revenues that we have. And I understand that. And so I recognize that. Do I mean I throw the baby out with the bathwater? No. But I'm worried, and I saw it today. We were all couldn't make decisions. They couldn't recommend, their recommendations were very broad. So there was you tell us what to do. And, and none of us, some of this is not our wheelhouse. And when you talk about the state going, we're going to take away ad valorem, which I'm not sure if they are or aren't, we're really needing very honed in, very strict, informative suggestions so we can make decisions. And that's the same with all of this. We just had a 15 or 20-minute discussion on whether or not public comment should occur behind something that on my agenda told me to ask for public comment on. And it caused a lot of confusion with the lady that was here, and that's not a good look. And it seemed like every meeting we're having these issues. I don't know if we'll ever get back to a point where there'll be decisioning, we'll be we're stalling everything, so no decisions are moving forward at all. And we're saying we think we're being heard, which is hey, I don't like all this fast growth, and our constituents don't like it. Mr. Dance and I go to meetings and we can't protect them. Staff, give us the tool, be proactive, give us the tool to protect them, and that's not happening. And I think it's not happening. I think everybody's afraid to act upon. They're afraid of the board reaction. I don't have confidence in some of the stuff put in front of us, so I'm afraid to react to it. It's not a good look. I don't know what the right answer is. I'm not sure Ms. Petito is the right person. We lost Mr. Salinas, and I'm going to be honest with you, I cry a lot because maybe you knew it or you didn't know it. I went to him for everything, and he got it done, and we're missing that now. And that's hard because we're not sure who to go to, and that's hard. So I think it's going to be hard for this board to move forward, but I don't want to see Ms. Petito completely leave the organization. If that means putting her back in her role, a director or our assistant county administrator, then that's what I would hope for. But so I can't second just straight termination at this time. I don't think the wheels are off the train right now around here, and there's nobody here to guide it. And so I don't know what the right answer is. The commissioners have worked with this administration longer than we have, and they must have a way to work, but it does not work for your three commissioners. And I don't know, it doesn't work for us, and you have to recognize it does not work for us. And I think some of us have just, especially after losing Jorge, just have kind of given up on how to make it, make it work. And I'm really grateful to Mr. Rodriguez because I think that helps a lot in the legal department, moving things forward. So, I'm sorry, I'm crying because of Jorge, but.
Well, it's about leadership, and
it is.
Something has to change. The motion for termination, if it needs to be, I don't run the budget. I don't decide who goes into what positions. I don't know what positions are available. I will tell you, I think we all heard it after the reviews came out, that she was stated as saying, well, I think I'm going to step down. I don't know where she would go. I don't know the answer to any of those questions, but the contract isn't, she has nothing provisionally in her contract that allows or requires us to make a spot. So I don't know what other motion it is. I mean, if the motion is to move to another location, another position, that's fine. I don't know what it is to make the motion for where she should go. But I think we need to get some changes made, and they're not going to be made like this. It's not, I've had a year of it, and we're not progressing.
So we don't have any sort of guidance or plan or person that could fall into a role right now. And I'd rather, figure it out, whether we get someone, maybe we bring in somebody to help guide us through this, like a consultant to guide us through the budget and the strategic plan for the year, and see if things get better. Or I don't know what the right answer is. Or we talk in next year's budget about opening up our assistant county role. I don't know,
It's too painful, Pam. It's too painful, Leanne. Don't.
Yeah.
All right.
It doesn't, it's hard. It's really gotten harder, and I don't know what the right thing is, but I'll stop for a minute in case someone else wants to comment. Greg?
I would just say that you don't rip open a wound and fire somebody if you don't have a succession plan in place.
Okay.
So,
I have one.
okay.
There are many, many organizations like ours that go to retired or newly retired, or there's a pool of retired administrators that can step in as an interim. You get another see at how other organizations like ours work. The succession, in this case, that I'm recommending is not going to be from within. It would require a lot of work on the board to move towards some change, and it would be a leadership change for sure. What happens below the administrator level, we have no control over. We cannot control that. But working with a new administrator, we can find where the issues are. I can't even open up communication, because everything I have and I can use the word everything that I have suggested or done has not been done. And there's no rebuttal. There's silence, there's head nodding, and that's it. There's nothing else. I can't salvage a relationship that's not being responded to. So I've done this before. I know it's painful. I know it's dealing with somebody's livelihood. I understand that.
So
Change is difficult. Doesn't mean there is not a way out. It just means we got to make the tough decision. That's what it means.
Well, give me an example of something you asked for and she didn't do anything.
I've had multiple beach meetings. I've asked for more direction to go to Flagler Beach. I've asked for emails to go to Flagler Beach. I've asked for meetings with Flagler Beach. Her rebuttal is, in her post-evaluation list of her accomplishments, says, and I don't have it in front of me, so I can't quote it, she has an excellent relationship with all municipalities. So if there's an excellent relationship there, why can't we get more information to Flagler Beach? That's my district. I'm going to pick on Flagler Beach. It comes from being a leader. It comes from having the know-how on how to get the other municipalities on board.
You don't think, though, that that's something that you should get consensus from the board to do something? You don't run this board. You're not a sole commissioner.
What do I need consensus on?
Setting up a meeting with Flagler Beach. That's not something you can do all by yourself.
No. So as the outcome of my meeting with her and multiples What would you like, Commissioner? What would you like the result from this to be? And I said, open communication.
Bring it to us.
Well, to be fair, I mean, everybody's running around having conversations with municipalities.
It's all right.
And
It's all right.
so that doesn't happen. And we just approved a lease that never came to this board.
That's right. This place is not perfect, Mr. Hanson. This place is not perfect. This place needs a lot of grooming, and to move us to the next level, we need new leadership. So that's how I feel. I'm now saying it publicly. I tried to say it in writing. I've done everything I can. I have no vote of confidence in moving this place forward the way it is today.
Ms. Richardson, any comment?
I can make 1,000 comments. I can make 1,000 comments. I don't want to make 1,000 comments. I was not treated by the administrator the way I would hope I would be. For many times, when I did the review, I did get kickback from her. The review process was deplorable. I've shared that with HR. There's either good, bad, and that's it, good or bad. The majority of it was middle of the road. There was no variety to even change that. I made some comments. She was very unhappy. I was kind enough to do it on time. The only one who did it on time, apparently. The way that I was requested to do it. There was no onboarding. I was insulted at our one-to-one meeting. Very disappointed in the response. I've been, at times, had to say goodbye to people. I don't plan to do it today because I'm not prepared to know where we're going to go. I'm very disturbed about all the things. There's been a lot of preferential treatment. There's a lot of things here that I find uncomfortable. I'm not afraid to share how I feel. You all know me. I've met with all of you at one point. I do appreciate everything that the staff does. I can handle speaking directly to the administrator and asking her to do something. Are there some things I asked her to do? Yes. Did they get achieved? No. I came up with other suggestions. She said, listened, but nothing gets done for me. I don't feel that I have to have everything I want done. That's not the way I feel. But I have been willing to sit and watch, and I know that Ms. Petito has made an effort since the evaluation to do more, to be more, to push a little bit more out of her common behaviors to assist me in being successful. For her, it was a response to my conversation with her. And I've been willing to let that go and hope for the opportunity for to have a stronger connection rather than feeling stress or distress. We lost probably one of the finest men I've ever met in my life. And he was always the soft touch. And now that's gone. I know she's trying to make some changes. I know she's trying to make things better here. And it's not necessarily my biggest problem today. But I do have a concern for the long term. So I have no decision on this today. I think until there are probably ways to do this that's easier than this, but I'm giving you my comments because we had a lawyer here for quite a while, a couple 25, 26 years, and he had made the decision that it was his end of his term here, and we found a fabulous lawyer, in my opinion, to fulfill those seats. So I know we can take the time to find who we might need, if that's the time for it to do. And that's all I'm going to say, because I didn't plan to say anything. But I'm saying something now. So to see the emotion on the other two newest commissioners is painful for me to watch people that I know have put 180% of their time into doing the best job they could do. And if they don't feel appreciated for it, or nervous about it, or afraid, there's something that's not good in the water. I find that in any professional position. And sometimes you have to know when to stay, and you have to know when to go. And that's going to be up to whoever it is. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I hope that my words are not misconstrued by anyone. I enjoy being here. I don't have a big problem here, but there are problems. And sometimes I feel the staff, I've seen some people look very nervous. So everybody's got a comment. I never asked them for the comment. They always offer the comment, which tells me this has been going on way before I got here. But I appreciate everybody's honesty. It doesn't matter what they say. It's how they feel. So I hope we can resolve everything in a positive manner. That's all. That's all I'm looking for, is a healthy environment for us to work in. Because apparently, that's not looking like health to me. That's despair. And that's never healthy. And that's all I'm going to say.
Okay. What time is it? 8:46. I'm open to change. I don't think there is a succession plan for change, and I don't think that there is reason to let Ms. Petito go from the county without finding her a meaningful position here. So my suggestion is, because I think it's going to be absolutely difficult to work through these, because I know exactly what you guys are feeling. It's probably different for Mr. Dance. You've been here longer. You have relationships here. You've been here longer. You have relationships here. It's been awkward, and I think Jorge was like my only bridge to getting my help with things. So I'm going to recommend maybe in the interim while we work through this and evaluate her again, or come up to contract or whatever, that we work. I don't know how we're going to work together, and I'm really worried. I'm really worried about getting stuck in indecisive land, and I'm worried about not making meaningful changes to the budget that aren't painful, and I'm really worried about our CIPs going through. Mr. Sales is very competent, but he's new to this role, and that's just not where we can land. So I'm going to suggest, maybe so we can work through this, and maybe getting somebody like a mediator consultant type to help us get through these things, and maybe in that role they can help our administration, not just Ms. Petito, but everybody, kind of come up to different ideas or be understanding of what we're trying to convey. So that staff can work with that person or people or whatever to get us there this year, because we're going to have problems this year. You can see it. We're going to have problems agreeing on anything, and if we have to go to cutting and all that stuff because of what the state does, we're going to have problems there, and then we're going to have a new commissioner regardless by the time all this comes on, or maybe two. And then we're going to start this whole process again, and Brown & Brown's going to come tell us that story about the insurance again. And I'm not happy. I've tried a million ways, and I definitely feel it after Jorge's left. And I also feel bad for Ms. Petito, because it is a unique county with unique problems and unique finance issues that it's difficult to work through, and it's going to take a visionary to get us over the humps. And not today for me, but I feel the same way. So, and I'm sorry, Ms. Carney, I know what you're struggling with, because I'm struggling with it too. And it is hard and you just kind of walk away for a bit. 'Cause
I
you're
can
like,
sit
just
at
need to
home
get
and
out of
collect
it.
my cash. That's not my personality. That's not the way I work. It's not the way I represent my district. Again, it's a dead end. And you guys will see it.
No,
I don't know when
I'm
you're going
not
to see it, but
in
it's a dead end.
disagreement. I just don't think there's a succession plan. And if that's the case, then what would be a succession plan?
So do you have your administrators set the succession plan,
No,
or do we
no.
as a board
No, I
fix it?
understand. I understand.
There's several ways to do it. You got to be willing to make the tough decision, and you have to be willing or open to other administrators that are retired or
Is there a
locally
succession
retired.
plan and where Ms. Petito stays with the organization in a role in administration?
Say it again.
Is there I'm asking her, is in her succession planning where Ms. Petito would stay with the organization within administration?
I
Or
don't
is it
see a
just like-
problem. It's
it's
not
like-
the individual. It's
Right.
not the person.
I know.
It's not the person. I don't know. What are there any open positions? I don't think there are. When I asked about the deputy position, I sat right in that chair where Mr. Hanson is. I said, now this is interim, right? Yep. Well, next thing you know, it's permanent. She's the one that makes that decision. We don't make the decision on where staff goes. But if that's one of the plans or there's openings, as far as I know, the assistant administrator position was taken in the last budget. Is it still there? I don't know. So, I don't want to throw out or get rid of a long-time person. You can't teach somebody administration when I believe she's, 3 years out from retirement? Even though I was prepared for more discussion when we didn't have the workshop part on job performance. There's stuff in there in the strategic plan about getting classes and degrees and that kind of stuff. We can't make something happen that isn't happening.
We had the assistant county
4 years in this position, and there's been no effort to get training on public administration. So, anyway, I'm done. We've been here long enough. We've all said our piece. I'm not going to change my position because I've gotten a couple of news articles, because that was one of my biggest complaints was if I didn't have negative press, I'd have no press. So we immediately get Julie, we get ribbon cuttings. That's not what a commissioner does. A commissioner impacts the community they serve. So I want positive community interaction. It's not happening. It's just not happening.
So I think the takeaway is it's not, and I know exactly what you're feeling. And if I thought there was a great succession plan today, I'd understand it. I think the takeaway from this is to Mr. Dance and Mr. Hanson, who feel differently, is there's 3 board members here who have all but shut down at their job because they're frustrated, they don't know how to move the ball forward, I don't know if, I'm speaking for myself now. You almost give up because everything's a no, or we want it this way, staff wants it this way. Ty Miller on the city council says it best when his staff goes, here, this is what we want you to vote in, and you're not involved in anything in that stack. It's like, well, that's not what my people want that I was elected by, and that's not what I want, but this is what we want you to take and vote on. And it's just like, all day long you get it like that. And in the interim, the state's going, you need to cut taxes. The feds are going, the year 2026 is the year of affordability. We're overtaxing people and all that. I don't think we're ever going to get here with this administration. It's not a slight to her. It's that it's such a radical change being pushed everywhere. And there's only so many pennies in the world you can collect. And there's so many problems, and they're all backlogged. And, so I can understand this. I think we're going to have real problems this year, especially if we have to move some of this around. So I'm open to it. I just want there to be a role for Ms. Petito and the administration, because I couldn't imagine anybody coming here and not knowing the history of. I felt the same way with Sean Moylan. I didn't think he could not be the county attorney one day. I think he can. I think years under Al, can skew a person, right? I mean, you need to kind of learn under multiple teachers, and that's kind of how I felt. Didn't think he, and that wasn't conveyed in the process. But I didn't want to throw him out of here, that's not how I felt. So I feel the same way here. So open to moving, open to getting somebody to come work with us, maybe. Is there such a thing as a public administrator, consulting? I don't know, but we are going to have to, we're getting indecisive on everything, even the little things, and that's not good. And so we're going to have to get there. I think, obviously it's good to get this out with Ms. Petito, and she can hear our thoughts on this. And for Mr. Hanson and Ms. Jantz to understand, this is how we feel, and for three people to feel that way, there's just different, we have, it's a frustration, and somebody, when I came here, called me a change agent. I didn't know what that meant, and now I know it. It's like, you want change, and you're like, don't you all see, like, we need to change, and we can't, this is not working for you, like, this needs meaningful change. And so when I said that to Adam tonight, we need meaningful, we need to mean it, we can come up here and go, well, the comp plan says it, but we're violating the comp plan every other day. It needs to be meaningful, and it needs to stick, and it needs to be a culture that sticks, and people within the organization can't look at a commissioner as an expendable item, like they'll be gone tomorrow. We're a voting block of 1,500, we'll get rid of them. I've heard employees have told me that to my face. So can't happen. This just can't happen, because it's not fair to the Flagler County resident. It's not. So that's where I'm at. I've heard all about coffee. He's been long gone. Okay? And we've gone so far. What's going to get us to where we can afford to dig a ditch?
Next step.
And that is why we're stuck here. That's why we're put here. People put us here to figure out how we're going to pave their road, dig their ditch, and hold their taxes low. So the culture has to change. Because if you're not, you're going to be just as frustrated sitting in your job, getting that phone call from Miss Ude or whoever of why you can't do what you got to do, Mr. Clegg. Why isn't my road paved? 20 years calling you every day. You're just as frustrated as we are. So it's not fair to you either. Got to have an administration that puts in the effort to figure out how other people are doing it, and same with staff in getting us there. And it is a thankless task that has lots of it's very complicated. I feel bad for you. I feel really bad for y'all to have to figure out how to do it with the beach plan and all that. But taxation can't always be the answer to everything. You have to show, as much as I'm taxing, I'm also making efficiency. Because I care about you as a community, to not put you in the poorhouse. So if you need a consultant, to help you learn your job or whatever, I'm open to that. this is the year we have to do this. And you think I want to cut adult daycare? I got a dad who I need adult daycare for. I don't want to do that. But I also know, I want to fix stormwater. And I'm realizing this is where the rubber meets the road. Core function. Not nice to have. It's not what employees always dreamt of having that building and those extra staff and that extra FTE and all that. Can't do that anymore. Not here. Not in this county. So,
Look at the compassion and tell me that these people aren't hurting. And I have to say, compassion is what we're here for. Nobody's
Chair.
looking to be mean.
Madam Chair, I move we adjourn.
okay. Well, you can finish your line and then we're adjourned.
I'm sorry that we have to go through this, but sometimes growth is painful. And everybody expects us to do a good job, no matter who we are. So I'm just going to let us end this meeting because I'm very upset. I had no plans to talk about this, but I shared you my truth as well. Have a great evening.
I'll just add that I think the compassion works both ways, too. I think it's terrible timing as we do escape tragedy and haven't even given Percy really a chance to get acclimated and to show his strengths. Talk to the people in fire rescue. There's not a single person over there that can say a bad thing about that man, and we haven't even given him a shot yet. So I'll just end on that.